Today, many moons in the making. After countless hours in-game reading unvoiced dialogue, combating the predatory, intrusive, prohibitive quest design, preventing me from doing the main Archon set. The last stream, we finished the interlude chapter of Sᴛᴏʀy. And they said, well, looks like you're going to Fontaine, kiddo. So that's what we're gonna do today. We're gonna do whatever it takes to go to Fontaine for real. You may be witness to some strange things, such as 100% map completion in a region that I supposedly have never been to, as well as 1111 hydro sigils saved up because the game didn't tell me where to turn them in. But that all ends today. Let's play some Genshin. It's me. Hi. It's me. You guys ready? Let's do the thing. Volume on. And watch this. On. This one. We're gonna go over here. We're gonna go over here to start. It's so beautiful, look at it. A whole new land that we've never been to before, ever. $1,111 hydro sigils saved up. Oh boy, what do we do with this? Soloist Prologue. Go to Caravan Ribat. It's time to go to Fontaine, it seems. Let's do it. Never mind, we're going all the way back over here in character. Alright. The time has come. Let me play the current quest line of the video game.
Now let Paimon think. What were we up to the first time we came here?
Right? I think weren't we here with Dea or something? We're going into the desert.
Oh, Paimon remembers. Nahita's consciousness had been trapped by the doctor, but we followed the clues she left behind to help her.
I guess we may have stumbled upon this place at some point before.
So much time has already passed since then, and it seems Sumeru's changing for the better now that Nahita's in charge, right?
That's right, no more Akasha mind controlling everyone.
Paimon just hopes this peace will last a long
I'm so happy
time,
it's voiced.
and then Nahita won't have any more new problems to deal with.
Ever again. Forever. Yeah, who knows what's gonna happen without us around.
Yeah, guess you're right. We somehow always find ourselves right in the thick of it.
Waterworld?
Who
Oh,
knows
you
what
better
will happen
believe it's
next?
Waterworld.
Come to think
Baby!
of it, maybe it's all because of you. Maybe you're just a magnet for trouble.
That's not the only kind of magnet I am. I'm also a magnet for hydro sigils, because I don't know where to turn them in, and I've just accumulated them for months.
Huh? Me? Before Paimon ran into you, Paimon never ran into any trouble.
What are
At
you
most, when she
waiting
was
for,
super
Gary?
tired, Paimon got caught in some strange whirlpool and sucked out into sea. And even then, you fished Paimon out.
That's true.
Anyway,
Never
For
forget when we
Nahita's
fished
sake,
up another
maybe we should
Paimon.
think about heading to our next destination for now.
Dude, I spent all of yesterday working on the video, and I did even more recording for the intro today. It's gonna be something. I don't know if it's gonna be good, but it's gonna be an experience, okay? I spent hours for like a 5-second bit involving me discovering Zhanyun. It's gonna be great. Next stop, Fontaine. All aboard! Let's get out of here already.
Ah, look who it is.
Yes!
Running into you in a place like this?
Thank God.
I can see you two still love wandering around.
Oh, it's Dia!
That's me. Wait.
Since when are we just wandering around?
Yeah.
We're usually taking care of some serious business.
Magnets are
Even
serious
though it
business,
may have nothing
Paimon.
to do with our journey. But never mind that. What brings you here?
I can go for some lemonade.
I just finished a commission in the desert for a usual client of mine. Nothing too interesting.
The huge?
Just escorting
Okay.
a shipment of goods. I'm on my way to report back. That's when I saw you two all the way over there, chatting away. What were you two talking about anyway?
Preparing to leave Sumeru and head to Fontaine, the next region that was unlocked sequentially in the storyline of Tivat. Huh?
Huh? You serious? Can't say I saw that coming. But you are travelers after all. I guess you'd never stay for too long in one place.
I'm sorry, but I already paid you that smile, Dea.
Bumping into you like this will become a rarity. I'm starting to feel sad just thinking
It's a
about it.
gigantic rainforest
Hey,
beset
how
by
about I
like
gather a
30
few
different
mercs to escort you to?
sub-levels.
What do you say?
Ancient
Said no
tombs,
need. Oh,
underground
miss
tunnels.
us so much. But
What are the odds we
we'll
would
come
ever
back to
bump
see
into each
everyone
other
when we get a
once to
chance.
begin with?
Sounds good. All you need to do to get to Fontaine is cross this stretch of desert and
Oh,
navigate some
no.
waterways. Knowing you two, I'm sure it won't be anything you can't handle.
Oh no.
So, when are you leaving?
Whenever.
Oh, wait a sec. Paimon just remembered there are still a few dishes in Sumeru that Paimon hasn't tried yet.
Paimon.
Now, where's that list Paimon made?
Paimon, you want to have some Ruka Devada fruit, or do you want to have some, like, fried calamari? Okay, I'm just gonna say that right now.
I see. Guess you won't be needing a going away party or anything. It's sad enough to see you go like this. Though, now that I think about it, Sumeru wouldn't be what it is today without you. Seems true heroes always prefer leaving quietly.
Yeah, like
By
dust
the way,
on the wind.
Should we go say bye to Nahita?
She'll know.
Oh,
Both of those
point.
answers were the same
there's
answer.
no need to bother her in the real world.
Then, I guess this is goodbye for now, Traveler in Paimon. Whether as a client or a friend, you're always welcome to come find me.
Well, bye and stuff.
Goodbye, Dia. Bye-bye, Sumeru.
After settling matters in Sumeru, you approach the border with Fontaine. Oh my god, okay, it does put us here. Okay. I wonder if we hadn't discovered this place, if it just makes you walk. That would be incredible. That would be so fun. Alright. Time to use Zhanyun with their 15% bonus gliding speed.
Skyward! Scatter!
Bum 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 bum. Ganyu is all terrain. That's not true. I wish it was. Zhanyun is slightly taller, so she runs slightly faster. Zhanyun also has I don't remember the name of the item, man. She has the Lost Prayer to the Sacred Winds, giving her 10% additional movement speed, and she has the Talent Crane Form, giving her 15% extra gliding speed. We're going 25% faster theoretically through the air, and on the ground it's like probably 15 to 20% faster than Ganyu. That's a full pursuit of justice double talent point. You know? It adds up. Think about it this way. Remember the 19.5-hour stream where we did the entire Sumeru story in one go? Imagine doing that 15% faster, okay? That's like 1.5 hours off.
Skyward, scatter!
She's so fast, just look at her. She's so fast. The elevators spin ever so slowly. It makes me dizzy.
Throughout the land, and all things are made new, as buds in the spring. This is an auspicious era for humanity.
I love Johnny. I love her. I thought I was gonna not like her simply because she was like a Bayonetta clone, but honestly, she's really grown on me. Between the adorable inability to socialize with normal human beings because she is a crane spirit, and her insane world traversal abilities, she's definitely one of the best characters. Wait, did I go up here for no reason? Where was I supposed to go? Oh, here we go. Okay, we made it. When you put it that way, yeah.
All that sand and water, we finally made it. Oh, this must be Fontaine's port. Wow, everything looks so advanced in Fontaine.
Right, and people in
Paimon's heard that
Sumeru
the
thought they were
industry
smart.
here is extremely developed, and there are all kinds of unusual machines.
Yes. It's even more impressive than I remember it.
Just seeing the sights as a tourist is nice.
Paimon, we've been here before so many
Maybe it would be
times.
better if we found something to do. What do you think?
What should we do? Let's meet the Hydra Archon, just off the bat.
Good idea.
Okay.
He gave us loads of useful information.
Yeah.
Seeking out the Seven is probably still our best source for information at this point.
And to find the truth about Ruka Devada and the 3 descenders from hell or whatever.
The more we can learn, the better.
Yeah.
So, what do you think the Hydra Archon's like? Will we get along?
She can't
Nahida
be
said that
worse
she has
than
a very
Venti
unique
and
personality.
Morax. She
Whatever that
can't
means.
be. She can't be worse than them.
To learn about a
She's
nation's
gonna be,
gods,
Paimon, I bet
characters,
she's
and
gonna be the
nation's
middle
people.
of the pack.
There seems to be some locals talking over there. Let's go see if we can join the party.
Paimon, I bet she's gonna be the exact middle of the pack. She's gonna be number 3 out of 5. Nahida's number 1. Raiden Shogun is far,
If you ask me,
far
it's a
behind in
tragedy
slot
that
number
things
2.
ended for him. Clearly,
And
he
then
was
not
a
much
pretty
further
decent
behind that is
person.
Morax and then
Yeah, I
Venti.
didn't expect that kind of ending for him. I thought he would at least fight on a little longer for his family. I was expecting a sudden plot
The
twist,
nav
but
bed?
it's a pity that it never happened. Still, his story is quite the tearjerker.
Why does she sound so cute though?
Excuse me. Can I help you two? I couldn't help but notice you standing here listening.
Oh, don't mind us. We're just eavesdropping. Was that a cat girl in the background?
We're travelers new to Fontaine, and we had something we wanted to ask, but you seemed to be really busy talking about some kind of play, so we didn't want to interrupt.
Play? Oh, no. We're talking about something that really happened.
Oh.
In fact, it's a case that was just heard a few days ago.
Oh.
Really? Like a real trial? But the way you were talking about it and the words you used just now made it sound like some kind of
Like an
story.
alien trial or like a Johnny
Well,
Depp
good
kind of
tales are
deal?
often based on true stories, aren't they? And what you see in reality may also be someone deliberately putting on an act while harboring ulterior motives.
Okay.
Whether something is true or not simply isn't that important. The main thing is whether the story being acted out on the stage is splendid enough.
Oh, great.
Oh,
Fontaine.
wait, looks like you're not
The
from
nation
around
of
here.
theater
You
kids,
probably
dude.
don't know that the Fontaine Court of Justice is called the Opera Epiclese, or more commonly known as just the Opera House.
So why do they do trials in an opera?
But, shouldn't court cases be treated a little more seriously than that?
Yeah.
Not to question Fontaine's way of doing things.
I'm questioning
It's
Fontaine's
just
way of
that
doing things.
Putting someone on trial is
I want to make it
usually a
official.
very
I'm officially
serious thing.
questioning Fontaine's way of doing things.
No worries.
Right now.
Other visitors to Fontaine have wondered the same thing.
/note.
You could say that we just don't want to waste the moving stories behind those cases. And as for your worries about whether the cases are treated with due reverence,
The moving stories
we have
behind
the
those cases.
Absolutely just and honorable Chief Justice Neuvillette.
God, I just had to play Knockout that one day, you know? The back of her head just looked like it was a prime target. And, you know, she left her car doors open. Was I supposed to not go and take it? You know, my dad said he always wanted a Mercedes-Benz. So when the opportunity arose, let me ask you, ladies and gentlemen of the court, what would you have done? Not take the car?
As well as the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal.
Bravo! Bravo! Bravo!
By the Archon. Between the machine and the Chief Justice,
Just
false
all started
charges and
plotting.
injustice
What are you
a thing
talking
of the
about?
past
I'm
now.
talking about how they're describing that they handle court cases. They act them out, and they don't really care about the content. They just care about if it's a good story or not. Imagine like doing a murder trial and going for the story. You know, that's what I'm talking. These people are crazy. We haven't even stepped foot on their national territory yet, and they're already getting on my nerves. The machine. The machine. It was our boyfriend's idea. He looked like this. So this is the nation of justice, Ellipse.
You're a Treese? Is this some kind of machine too? Oh, Paimon's curious. We should check it out if we get the chance.
By the way, you might not remember. It might be before your time. Knockout was a game when I was in college that people would play on the streets. And it was called Knockout because you would go behind someone walking down the street and cold clock them in the back of the head in an attempt to knock them unconscious. That's why it was called Knockout.
Wait, Paimon almost forgot to ask you our question. Do you know what
I
we
didn't
should
play
do
it.
if we wanna meet the
It was a
Hydra
thing
again?
that other people did.
Oh, that's easy. Just go to the opera house.
It was like the ice bucket
Lady
challenge.
Farina practically lives there.
You know?
could
Except more
definitely say
dangerous.
It's her biggest passion.
I think what they mean is that
People
they
did get
wish
killed.
to speak with the Archon personally.
It was
In
fascinating.
that case, I am afraid
A
it's
wonderful
going to
story,
be a
actually.
tad more difficult. You'll have to make an appointment well in advance, and it'll depend on whether or not she has any time slots available.
Time slots, appointment. Both of these answers are the same answer. I
Is
can't
the
believe it.
Hydra Archon
Have we met
super
Farina
busy
yet?
taking
No, we
care of
haven't.
official stuff?
We have not. We're trying to inquire about her.
Didn't you say that she's always at the opera house?
No. Lady Farina seldom takes an
Wait,
interest
no, we
in
met her
nation's
during the
affairs.
festival, Paimon. We know
Reason
all
it's
about Farina.
difficult to make
We met
an
her during the
appointment
festival.
is
We also
simply
met her
because
again at
she's
some other
incredibly popular.
thing that I don't remember.
That's right.
Did we meet
After
her
all,
at the
she
end of
is
the Lunar
Archon.
Festival thing? I
Though
feel like
she
we
may
met her
tend to
there
get
as
a
well.
little dramatic from time to time. People can't get enough of her.
That's also where we met Nuvolet, remember?
First time Paimon's ever heard of an Archon being described that way before.
How was she described? I wish I could check the logs of the text, but this is not Star Rail, a good video game.
Kinda like a big celebrity here, right?
Yeah, I suppose you could say that. Perhaps you could even say our mascot.
Imagine calling
Hang
your
on.
deity your
This is still
mascot.
Fontaine's Archon you're talking about. You should show some more respect.
Yes, you're right.
We met everyone
Guess I should
except
at
for
least
when we're
try
supposed
be
to
a
meet
little
them.
more
Yeah.
Respectful in front of visitors. Otherwise, I might get arrested and find myself face to face with Monsieur Neuvillette.
Monsieur Neuvillette. When we did the Lunar Festival closing event, which was like you filled in for the chef at the Wangshu Inn, the only person that we had encountered before was Amber. all 11 other characters we had never met, and we got like a little vignette text for them. It was great. Knockout sounds self-explanatory, but needs to be explained that it is just that. Yeah, it was pretty rough.
Come on. Sure, there's a lot
Real
of
bored
laws
kids
here,
on the streets.
but
That's how you
nobody's
know
going
the
to be
United
arrested for
States
saying something
has really
disrespectful about the
gone to the
Hydro
dogs, as Draco Malfoy would say. Seems like people of Fontaine really like the Hydro Archon.
Alright, I think we got it.
Ellipse.
Thank you.
What's up,
At
exploding?
least we now know that we can
Exploding.
find the Hydro Archon at the
Ah.
Opera House.
Hey man, what's up?
But who knows how long making
We've been
that
at this
thing
for-
will take.
We've been at this game for so
Guess
long
we
since we
could
came
have
back
a
to
look
playing
around
it,
the city
just
in the
trying to catch up to
meantime.
the main story, and we're like
Hey,
on the
What are you
precipice
looking over there for?
of being able to play in Fontaine. It's crazy. Even though we've collected 1,111 Hydro Sigils from exploring and doing side quests in Fontaine, we have not touched the main story. There's a girl over there. She's been standing alone for quite some time. But not only that, Paimon, both of the answers I'm giving you right now that I can select are the same answer again! Why do they always do this? Why don't they actually give me a real
Maybe
choice?
something's the matter. She isn't going to jump into the water, is she?
Do it, do it, do it, do it.
Maybe we better go check on her.
Jump! The water's fine. Paimon, it's not like we're just jumping off a bridge or anything. Like, it's literally just going for a swim. Like, this is the water line. It's not like, you know. This is like, that's not even diving board height. This is like 2 steps. What's up, triple question mark? You know, the character that was one of 2 characters that they threw at me upon logging into the game for the first time in 3 years that I didn't know where she came from. Is she supposed to be an android or what, you guys? I'm having a hard time telling. Just wait, you'll see. I think she might be an android. Like Catherine.
Hello there. Excuse me.
Sometimes the option is a line of dialogue that doesn't fit in one box.
I'm fine.
Why do they do that? they
Okay then.
they make
just
hundreds
noticed
of
that you seem
millions
to
of
be
dollars.
worried
There's
about
no
something.
excuse for this.
About
I could do
many
that
things,
formatting in an
actually.
afternoon, and I haven't
But there's
touched
nothing I can do
that
but
type
just
of
keep my
like
troubles to myself. I was just reminiscing about a place my
Code-
brother and I would
usability
play when we were
coding
kids.
technique
It
since
was
like
just atop
second
that
year of
hill over
college.
there. See?
You used to play in the
You're
desert?
pointing at the sea.
That's the desert, Paimon. That's not the sea.
Wait, are you saying that you and your brother lived in the water?
Maybe they're mermaids, question mark, or a fantastical race for Fontaine, question mark. You wouldn't believe it. Both of these answers, this is the 5th one in a row. Both of these answers are the same answer.
No people call the waters around Fontaine a sea. It's actually just an inland lake that's filled with fresh water.
See.
And no, I can still see that hill clearly in my memories. Now it's been completely submerged.
Must have been a long time
We would
ago.
skip and jump, tossing sand in the wind. The sun shone brightly, and the air was filled with the scent of the sea. But now, the water is gradually swallowing our memories.
We used to swim to that island and back, lay out on the sand and let the sun dry us. I don't like sand.
It won't be long before it swallows us.
You're at the top of that waterfall. What do you mean?
Paimon
Fontaine's
doesn't really
like
get what you mean.
200 feet above sea level. I think it's more than that. I think it's like 2
Are you
football fields. I
Lynette's
think it's
new
like
friends?
600 feet above sea level.
Oh, and you are?
The tide cycle here must be crazy. Yeah, exactly.
Thanks for looking after my sister. She often comes here to reminisce about our
Whoa,
childhood,
that was a
that's
weird
all.
audio cut. Did you
There's
hear
no
that?
need for any concern.
That was a really weird audio cut. Guys, am I crazy, or does it like not make sense to have this desert where it is right across from Fontaine? Like geographically, that doesn't make sense, right?
Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Linny.
We've met.
And this is my sister Lynette.
We've met.
If I had to guess, I'd say you must be travelers from abroad.
We've met. I was your chef at the Wangshu Inn a few weeks back.
Paimon, and this is Traveler. We just arrived in Fontaine.
It's not even the same answer. The second option doesn't even make sense without the first. No, what I mean is,
We didn't really
it's
get what
it's
she was
one
saying.
it's both options combined are one answer. that would be given. And no matter which one you click, goes to the same result because it's one option that's split into 2 sentences. They do it a lot when they have like the ellipses.
I see. It's unusual for Lynette to be so willing to talk with
Lunette
anyone.
and Molly, a
In
clown and her
fact,
dolly,
She seldom speaks at all.
on the
I'm
big
usually
comfy
the only one
couch.
she ever talks to.
I loved that
Oh,
show.
really? Then you two are just like us. Paimon's always the one talking for some reason.
Yeah, why don't I ever get to talk? You always steal all my lines. That's not true. There's hardly anything left for me to say with you around.
So that's how you think it is?
Yes.
I also think my brother can be too talkative at times.
We have so much in common. What are you doing later?
Seems you were right, Paimon. We are quite similar.
Guys, it's a cat girl. Give me a break. There's only 3 of them in the whole game of 800 characters.
What did Lynette mean just now when she said that the water is engulfing your memories?
We're surrounded by water and nothing to drink. Don't you understand what it's like to be me?
It's from a prophecy that's been circulating in Fontaine for some time now. Well, I suppose prophecy isn't exactly the right word, because that implies a certain amount of uncertainty. There's no doubt about what's happening in Fontaine now.
What's happening in Fontaine now, man?
Where to begin?
From the beginning. Actually, start in the middle. I don't want to take too long.
Let's put that question on hold for a moment. We still haven't formally greeted each other yet, have we?
Did all
The desert was formed through magic, so it's probably fine. Oh, okay, that makes sense then. No, I'm
Hello,
actually not being
traveler.
sarcastic. That does make more sense. Ugh. Hello again, Linny.
And hello, Paimon.
Why are you touching everyone?
Why didn't Paimon get a handshake? You're not poking fun at Paimon, are you?
Didn't he just like try to give you a handshake? I'm
Please,
confused.
Don't take offense. Just consider it a sort of etiquette we have here in Fontaine.
When you greet
making new
Melusine, you don't
friends.
touch them.
You should remember it.
You're just obviously a floating
Might
Melusine.
Prove useful.
Oh, all right then. Well, Paimon's just happy to have a local
Little
friend now.
Paimons aren't allowed to shake hands.
By the
Remember that,
way,
Paimon.
We were just getting ready to go to the Opera House to meet the Hydro Archon. Would you be able to show us the way?
So you're going to see Lady Farina?
I think there's an
No
episode of
problem
the
at
Magic
all.
School Bus that could help
In fact, I
us.
was planning to go to the Opera House later myself.
Does the Magic School
I'll
Bus
gladly
cover
take you once I
geography?
finish things here. Please follow me.
Yeah, but why is your sister a cat girl though, Linny? What? Why is she a cat girl? Linny, why is your sister a cat girl but you're not? Linny, why are you wearing like thigh-high stockings, man? Have some more self-respect. You remind me of Misha.
You said
the
you were
Reverie
going to
Hotel.
see Lady Farina? Well, it seems Lady Farina has come to see you.
Nice. It's nice to meet you, Lady Farina. Which one is Lady Farina? What do you mean he's slaying? Oh my god. Oh, I almost choked. I almost choked, dude. It's her. It's her, dude. Look. Not her, the other one. There. Chlorine, the water Pokemon.
So, she's the Hydro Archon?
Linny has more cat-like eyes than Lynette? Really?
My
I have to check.
dear people, rich and poor, those with cup in hand and those with nothing at all. Raise your glasses in celebration.
What if you don't have a glass
If you
to
don't
raise?
have one, then just raise your hand in lieu.
Okay.
As you can all see, 2 unfamiliar travelers
We've-
have arrived in our nation.
met
Come, let us make a toast in honor of this
met.
traveler and his companion, who have journeyed here from distant lands.
We love you, Chlorine. When are you coming out? I don't even care about Arlecchino. When's Chlorine coming out, dude? Come on, man.
Talking about us?
Give me a break. Look at this. It's unfair. Nobody here seems to be holding a glass. No, it's Linny and Lynette on the big comfy couch. Those two are the new travelers.
Heard of the turmoil and chaos
They're traveling
left in your
magicians.
wake as you visited other nations.
Imagine being a traveling
But
magician,
I
man.
welcome you nevertheless.
You put up with so much. I know I do.
I have come
Playing
to
this
receive
game.
you personally. Fear is for insignificant cowards. I am a god, and I will never entertain the notion of such meaningless wariness. You can be rest assured, I see clearly your sincerity. Of course, seeking an audience with me is the most sensible thing to do. It will allow you to truly behold my power and witness my authority. Intelligent people always gather under the correct banner.
I tried to pull on your banner, but I got Jean instead.
I, M쏘ɪᴏ, hereby welcome you to the nation of Hydro and acknowledge the value and significance of your trip.
All right, now where's Navia?
Now, you may rejoice in this.
Yay! Well, that was easy.
Yeah. Paimon still can't believe it. Feels like we've only been here for a few minutes.
We have only been here for a few minutes.
But the Hydro Archon's entrance was, how should Paimon describe it? A little over the top?
I mean, it's better than Venti and Morax and Raiden Shogun.
It's Hydro Archon? How did you know we were coming?
No Clorind? Yeah, when's her banner coming out? That's the
I
correct banner
see.
to gather under.
As Outlanders, you inevitably
Should I pull
lack
for
even
Novelette? I was
some of
starting
the
to get his
most
Ascension
basic
materials, and then I was like,
understanding.
I'm not gonna get
Don't
this guy.
forget that even the gods can be divided into the mediocre
I save up
and
200
excellent.
summons in Star Rail in the
It's
same amount of time
natural for you to be awestruck
that
by
I save
my
up
abilities.
30 in Genshin. It's
You
crazy.
had best stop and consider. Do you really have the noble qualities and etiquette necessary to communicate with a god? All it takes is a flick of my finger for me to know everything about you.
Then do it.
Oh, talk about sounding high and mighty.
I think she can't get over herself.
Oh? What's with these looks? Perhaps the welcoming ceremony still isn't enough? What else should I say then?
Ellipse.
Is she waiting for us to start talking?
I don't do that in this game, Paimon.
Wow, I didn't expect to see Lady Farina here. What a surprise! Wait, does this mean they're the legendary blonde traveler?
That's right,
How
both
did I
of
not
us are the
notice
legendary
before?
blonde traveler.
Hey, what's all the commotion? Oh, is that Lady Farina? Is there some kind of drama going on?
Is this one of the court cases?
Of course. That's the blonde traveler. The one all those stories are about. Lady Farina came here to personally see him.
Nice.
Oh, I bet this is going to be the duel of the century.
Do we get to kill her right off the bat and
Got to
usurp
see
the
this.
water
I
archon? That would be
knew Lady
great.
Farina would never disappoint.
Like we
Yes,
did for
but
Raiden
don't
Shogun.
Get too excited now. My dear believers and spectators alike tend to get quite rowdy, and despite the noise, I've come to tolerate all their ruckus.
Okay.
You may consider this my reward to all of you. I have determined that there will be an epic duel between myself and this traveler from another land,
Okay.
just as you were hoping to see.
Now she wants to fight? Aren't we getting a little ahead of ourselves?
I got a resume. Bring them on. Draws dull blade.
Are you not afraid? Might I remind you that this is a duel against the divine?
Yeah, what about
What are you
it?
trying to do, traveler? Provoking a god in front of her people?
She provoked
Stand
herself.
down,
What are you
Chlorine.
talking about?
I admire
Chlorine?
your
Oh, that's
bravery.
right. Chlorine
You
isn't
have
even a
the
Hydro
courage
character.
to draw
Chlorine's an
their
Electro
sword
character. I
against
forgot
a
about that.
god.
Isn't that funny?
He is obviously a true warrior.
Great warrior.
Unfortunately, people
As Yoda would say.
nowadays only crave to be thrilled, and a mere duel will not slake their thirst for excitement.
Slake, 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 slake.
Yeah, she's right. Just a duel wouldn't be all that interesting.
On Araneus, criminals are always requesting duels to defend their honor. I'm getting a bit old, to tell the truth.
You see. Then, as the god of justice,
Gonna put the kettle on? Make me some hot
I shall
cocoa,
face this
please.
traveler in another
I kind of want to make
duel.
some for myself later,
A
but I need to clean my
duel
pots and
in
pans again.
court.
What? Man,
All
that's gonna be
right.
boring.
Now that'll be worth seeing.
Right. This is Fontaine, after all.
Thank you, Exposition
Such a
Man.
grand opera house. It would be a pity not to use it.
Why do you care so much about the crowd's reactions? Seems you've spent a little too much time in the opera house. Besides, how exactly do you plan to have a duel in court? You mean you're going to put us on trial?
But we just got here.
Oh, we have reason to put you on trial. It's obvious, isn't it?
No.
According to Fontaine law, no one is permitted to release any
Flying objects.
within Fontaine city limits during the first 3 days of each month.
What?
You are clearly guilty of violating this law, no?
No.
Oh, so that's what they've done wrong. That's our Lady Farina. No one knows the laws of Fontaine like she does.
These people are all ensorcelled. I don't believe them.
That obvious? What kind of law is that? Wait, flying object? You mean Paimon?
Yeah.
Precisely. Now, if you two have no objections, then in the name of the Hydro Archon, I order your arrest.
My apologies, Lady Farina. I don't mean to spoil the fun. But if you would allow me to interject, I don't think that Paimon here meets the definition of a flying object.
He's clearly just hovering.
Finally, someone who's not crazy. How could anyone call Paimon a flying object?
Ah, great magician Linny, my beloved citizen. I'll permit you to object, but how exactly do you plan to prove your claim?
As a magician who just rained on your parade, I naturally should shoulder the responsibility of saving the show. So, with such an audience gathered here, allow me to perform a trick for everyone.
Flies. Balloon.
Ta-da!
So cute.
What's that on Paimon's back? Hey, when did Lenny do that?
When he patted you on the back before, smile. I remember, you know, it was 5 minutes ago. You don't need to... Oh, yeah, it reminds me of back then. Flashbacks to 2 minutes
There.
earlier in the episode.
As you can all
Like a
clearly
true
see,
Naruto.
Paimon should be classified as, well, something like a balloon. This rope has been in the traveler's hand all along. It was just that no one could see it before.
Very thin balloon string.
You call that magic? You've got to be joking.
I thought it was pretty good. Nice one.
Huh. I'm not sure what to think. It seems Lady Farina's charges no longer hold water.
Amusing. Very amusing, Linny. Just the sort of unexpected twist that I enjoy. With you here, today's performance can finally be called complete.
Performance? You see all this as a performance?
In which case, consider the matter of your trial resolved. The god of justice will not bring charges against an innocent person. But when there are valid grounds, I will not only judge travelers from abroad, but even the gods of other lands. I look forward to seeing your upcoming
Under what
performance at the
authority?
Opera House, Mr. Linny and Miss Lynette.
She is full of
That's
hot
enough
air.
for
That
now.
is true. She is a balloon.
Toodaloo.
Hot air balloon. Chlorine! No! Come back! Chlorine.
And just like that, she's gone. Well, that's the most unpredictable Archon Paimon's ever seen. We never even had a chance to ask her anything.
Didn't we get arrested
That's
in
a problem for future Paimon.
the
That
Shogunate
whole scene
also?
just now was really...
Did you know that was gonna happen?
Don't mention it. I just happened to remember that there was such a law, so
What
I
a
did a
silly
little
law.
preparation, just in case. I didn't think it would actually come in handy. So, now do you see what kind of god Lady Farina is?
A loony
She can
not
be a
worth
bit
our time?
confusing
Let's
at
just kill her and
times,
get it
but
over
she
with.
is still
Come on.
amenable to reason.
She really that reasonable?
Anyway, Paimon had no idea you were a magician, Linny. It sounded like you'll be performing at the Opera House, right?
I just know a few
I had
simple
no
tricks I
idea
use to
you were
make
a
living.
magician, she
Lynette
says.
is my assistant. It will actually be my first time performing on the most prestigious stage in Fontaine, the Opera House.
But isn't the Opera House where criminal trials are held in Fontaine?
When there are no public trials being held, the Opera House hosts a variety of other performances. To the people of Fontaine, the line between a trial and a performance can be a little blurred.
Do all magicians
And
wear
speaking of
stockings?
performances,
They wear a
I would be
similar
remiss
getup to
forego
this.
this opportunity gifted by fate. Might I invite the two of you to see my performance?
Yeah, okay.
My brother's always excited to make new friends.
If you're gonna be there, I'll go.
Oh, sure. We don't really have anything to do now, and we wanted to go to the Opera House anyway.
Splendid.
I would be delighted to
In
go
that
with
case,
you.
why don't we go together? I'll show you the way. I just have something to take care of first.
What?
You really mean it?
No,
Then I'll take you up on your offer.
I didn't offer anything.
This is a magical item known as a magic pocket. Perhaps you can help me distribute them to the people here.
Why are we giving pockets to people?
Huh?
Why do we have people
What are
pockets?
they going to use it for?
About that.
Phones, spare change, car keys,
You asked me before about the prophecy, right?
mints,
Let me start by telling you a little more
free
about
tote
what it
bag.
entails.
Yeah,
I'm not
not a
sure
free tote bag.
exactly
That's
when
like a
it began,
free. I went
but
to
a
the food
prophecy
store
has been
grocery
circulating
bag.
around
You know.
Fontaine. It says that
Story time.
every person in Fontaine is born with sin.
Yeah.
No matter how the nation of justice holds trial after trial, this sin cannot be absolved. Until one day, the water levels in Fontaine will rise, and the sinful people will slowly be drowned.
Nice.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters.
Okay.
And only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne.
I'm down.
Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
That sounds pretty gloomy. Why are people in Fontaine born with sin? What is that supposed to mean?
Because they're theater kids.
There are lots of guesses. Some say that the ancestors of Fontaine stole the power of the seas and stirred its wrath.
I see.
Others say that the people of Fontaine never heeded the first Hydro Archon's warnings and offended Celestia. But here in Fontaine,
from My Little
evidence
Pony?
is what matters. There hasn't been concrete evidence for any of these claims, so they can only be regarded as conjecture.
So you're saying we have to crucify Farina?
Even the
No.
people in
Easter was a couple of
Fontaine
days
don't
ago.
know what sin they committed. Wouldn't it be better just to ignore the prophecy completely? What
Just
if
ignore
all
it, yeah.
feel guilty all the time?
Water levels continue
That's
to rise.
exactly what the
It'll be
people
fine.
did at first. But
Princess
in the last
Celestia,
few
yeah,
years, the water levels in
I knew it.
Fontaine have actually started rising.
But now the water is engulfing our memories.
Many places have already been completely submerged, and now lie beneath the sea.
Many people carry
Unlike
on with their
Atlantis,
lives
which
as before
ironically
and shrug it
Atlantis
off
lies
as a
above the
natural
ocean at this
phenomenon.
point in time.
But my family and I think that the people of Fontaine shouldn't ignore the possibility, which would end up sentencing them to death. We hope that at least the people who reside near the waterfront can move away before it's too late. So, we've started distributing magic pockets to them. As a magical
Oh, so it's like a
item,
Hurricane
these magic
Sandy
pockets
situation.
have
I was there
astonishing
for that.
capacity. I'm sure they will come in handy when people are moving their belongings.
Oh, Paimon gets it. It's like preparing for a rainy
A
day.
very rainy day.
This is more than a bit of rain.
How do you prevent such a disaster?
Perhaps only absolute power could ever contend with such a catastrophe. But who knows? We're just tiny specks in the grand scheme of things. Now, if you'd like to help, then please give these magic pockets to anyone nearby. Be sure to convince them to take it, regardless of what they say.
So what are the pockets used for? Are they supposed to jump in them so they don't drown? What have I missed? Like water disappearing into water? That does tend to happen, huh? She's not a queen because of the prevalence of the evil queen trope? No, I don't think she's an evil queen. An evil queen is like the late Queen Elizabeth of England.
So you're the blonde traveler that everyone's been talking about. My apologies for not recognizing you earlier. Oh, a magic pocket?
Yeah,
Seems you really thought of everything.
I did think of it.
I guess it's better to prepare for the worst and
It's my
hope
idea,
for the best.
Smile.
Thanks. Please, also thank the magician on my behalf when you get the chance.
Paimon says thank you. Oh, thank God. Now that I have this grocery bag, my entire life won't be uprooted and I won't drown. Yo, Fontaine's wild and we're not even in there yet.
What's this? So you also believe in the prophecy. Keep it. I won't have any use for it.
What? You mean you don't believe in the prophecy?
No, I believe in the prophecy. But I also believe in another story. The story says that people once lived in the ocean. They were one with the ocean and couldn't live apart from it. But as time wore on, people desired to live on land and developed blood vessels, encapsulating the sea within their bodies. Thus could people set foot on land.
What?
So, if you ask me, when the water rises and takes us all, it'll be like we're going home.
I don't
Oh, we hadn't heard
I don't know
that
if you
one
know
before.
how that works, sir.
People can't live underwater. They'll die.
Yeah.
You should probably still take it.
All right, I'll take it. I guess I just feel that being dissolved into the water doesn't necessarily mean death.
Weren't we reading about this in one of the side quests in Fontaine? Isn't this what happened to the kingdom of Nebuchadnezzar or whatever they called it? I love having Jianyan.
Huh? I don't want that thing. Way I see it, if the prophecy's true, it's still gonna be a long time before the water can cover everything.
There's a
Life is all about
nor'easter.
living in the moment. What use is there in worrying about the future all the time? We'll cross that bridge
and you
when
live
we
in a
get to it.
200-year-old building on
You
Seabright.
should still take it. You never know when it'll come in handy.
Oh, all right, fine. Thanks. It's just that if I start moving, that means I've already given up on the life I have now. I'd really rather not.
You give up the life you have now, or you can die with it. Make your choice. But know this, friend. Deciding things for yourself is the only freedom we truly have. I learned that in Starship Troopers.
Oh,
I'm eating
you
banana
already
chips, by the
handed
way.
out all of the magic pockets?
They're very delicious.
That was fast. So,
All
what did
three of
people
them, that's
have to
right.
say? I bet you heard some, interesting opinions.
Many are stubborn.
Yes, but that will change once disaster strikes. I know they'll change their minds, so it's only right to help them prepare.
Is there anything else you need to do before we leave?
Yes, one last thing. I have the magic pockets made by a workshop in the court of Fontaine. Since we're out and about, I was thinking about bringing him some more materials.
So, you want to collect materials? Just tell us what the materials look like and we'll help. Many hands make light work.
Oh, that would be much appreciated. We'll need some Romaritime flowers. I remember seeing them near the waterfront on the east side of the harbor.
Skyward!
Found him.
It seems we have to use Hydro to collect Romaritime flowers.
No! I can't believe it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
We can
7,
do this.
8. I will never forget the time this game stole from my life that I will never get back. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16,
I trust
17,
you have packed ample.
18.
Skyward! Scatter!
You made quick work of that. I can tell you're an experienced traveler. I've also finished collecting a few here.
That is what they call me
Maybe
since
next
nobody
time
remembers my
you'll
name.
feel like helping too, Lynette.
No way. I'm in power-saving mode today.
Power saving mode.
Otherwise, I fear I may not have any energy left for the performance at the Opera House.
I think she's a robot.
Fine. Though the performance
A
is
legendary
still a long
cat
way
girl
off.
robot.
Now that we're finished
Those will be
here,
around in the
we
next
should
20
get
years,
ready
don't
to
worry.
head back to the court
We're
of
gonna get 'em.
Fontaine.
So,
We're
going
definitely
to
getting
the
cat
Court
girl
of
robots in the
Fontaine
next 20
before
years.
we head to the Opera House? Good. Paimon wants a tour of Fontaine's
It's gonna be
largest
awesome.
city and try.
Wait, shh. Have you noticed that person over there? The young girl.
Huh? What's wrong with her? Paimon didn't notice anything.
She's obviously a thief. Magicians and thieves practice similar methods. We divert attention, and a distracted audience is
called
one that
misdirection.
won't discover what you're really doing. Watch her movements carefully.
Oh, he's right.
Shh, keep your voice down. We need to think of a way to catch her, but it seems she's very alert. Perhaps we should split up.
Why is this our business?
You two can ride the lift over there and wait up top. I bet that'll be her escape route if she tries to run.
Okay.
All right, let's go.
Why not just chase her? We have Zhang Yun. We can't, like, she can't get away. We're two-faced. Man, that's so high up.
Scatter!
Wait, uh-oh. That arch is at an angle. Man. Help! Yeah.
Scatter! Skyward!
Made it. Go to the top of the lift. Listen. I'm at the top.
This is the spot where Linny wanted us to wait. Oh, look! Isn't that her?
Time to make a citizen's arrest. I'm not a citizen of this country.
Oh no! Did she notice us? She started running What should we do? Should we chase her?
Ma'am, come back. I'm just trying to arrest you. No, we're just supposed to block this route.
You're right. She might also be trying to lure us away.
Power saving mode. Remember, Paimon.
Nothing's happened for a while now. Paimon wonders if Lenny caught the thief.
Let's go find him.
Yeah, let's go.
Good day to you. A good day to you, sir. How are you doing, Joe? What's new?
Are you sure that's
We're
all
starting
she
the Fontaine story.
You should check
Finally.
to make sure you're not missing anything else.
No, that was all. Oh, I can't thank you enough. I didn't notice a thing earlier. Anyway, I should be going now. Thanks again.
Oh, were you returning what the thief had stolen?
That's right. Pity I wasn't able to catch her. She distracted me by dropping the thing she stole on the ground. By the time I looked back, she was already gone.
I saw the general direction.
It's a good
she
tactic
went,
to get away.
But Lenny twisted his ankle, and I needed to make sure he was okay.
Lenny.
Did you get hurt, Lenny?
This is why you stretch beforehand.
I'll be all right. It's just a twisted ankle, that's all. In fact, it's feeling better already.
That's how I'm able to
If you
stand
wanna
in this
play
position.
Being a hero, at least try not to get hurt doing it. Imagine what would happen if you managed to derail our performance as a result.
You're right. Sorry, Lynette. I have to admit that the thief was even more skilled than I had anticipated. But at least we were able to get the stolen items back, so it wasn't a complete failure.
What a slippery little thief. Guess things turned out all right in the end, though. Lenny's initiative paid off.
We should have just chased after her.
All right, let's put this little detour behind us. We should go to the court of Fontaine now.
Ride the aqua bus? I've never been able to successfully ride the aqua bus before, you guys. I've always fallen off for one reason or another.
So, we ride this thing to go into the city? What an ingenious way to get around. People in Fontaine really know how to use water.
This is an aqua bus. It allows people to travel between several key locations around Fontaine. It's pretty convenient, but the ride can become a little dull after a while. The scenery is always the same. That's why it's better to travel with friends.
So you mean it's still boring even when I'm riding with you?
Ah. Yes.
No, that's not what I meant.
You're just a robot.
It's just that, well, you don't really talk that much. Besides, it doesn't really feel like a real trip when it's just the two of us. It's the same as being at home.
Whatever.
You live with your sister? How old are you guys?
Guess that's what it's like to be an
Is she a
older
robot?
brother.
Someone tell me.
It's about time for us to leave. Let's get on board.
I think she might be a construct like Catherine. It's the picture girl.
Oh, excuse me. Aren't you the great magician, Lenny? And his
Cute,
assistant,
super
Lynette?
cute.
Hello. I don't believe we've...
Book.
I'm Charlotte, a reporter for the Steambird.
Nice to meet you. From the Steambird, huh? We've often relied on your paper to promote our performances.
It's an honor to meet you.
Wait, could that be the legendary traveler who's been making headline after headline in their journey across Tibet?
I'm gonna give them points where they're deserved. I like how this is taking place on the Aquabus as it's going along its route. That is cool.
Amazing.
I didn't say
Thanks
anything.
Everybody almost immediately.
I didn't say anything. It said it by itself. What was the option? The one option that I had to say.
Wow,
Today must be my day.
I can't just ride the aqua bus with them hanging on my every word, waiting for me to talk until we get there. I can't do that.
Be showing me some favor.
So, Charlotte, what do you usually report on?
Monocles need to come back into fashion. I would wear one because one of my eyes is pretty much fine and the other
Well,
one is
when
very
there's any
slightly
breaking news,
prescription.
I mainly cover the trials at the opera.
I would wear a monocle.
You can still manage to keep readers' attention as long as you tell things from a clever enough angle, even if it's the same old topics. For example, reporting on how a scammer once deceived vulnerable girls into relationships, or how a financial criminal was once so poor that they ate a single piece of bread for 5 days.
Wait, do you mean like... Didn't that happen on the Luofu? I want to read these.
That's fine and all, but what I'm really after is exclusive, sensational news pieces that could shake the country. These smaller stories are a waste of my talents.
Alright, we're gonna see. I took it off auto. We're gonna see how long we can go in stunned silence.
Oh, I just remembered.
It does auto,
I've been following
based on where you are in the route. Okay.
A series
That's what I wanted to say.
Actually. You mean the serial disappearances of young women case? That's right. These stories are the talk of the town right now, and it's probably the most mysterious case we've ever seen.
I don't know if I want to get involved in a
first with a draft ready to publish
disappearing young women case
cracked, and it's the headline story in the Steamberg.
immediately upon arriving in Fontaine, you guys.
When that happens, I bet all the other reporters will shed tears of envy. I've already gathered all kinds of materials. I just can't wait for the truth to be revealed.
So, what is the serial disappearances of young women case? You mean the culprit hasn't been found?
That's right. The first missing girl case happened almost 20 years ago. And ever since, after a period of time, another girl disappears. What the cases have in common is that the girls are all of a similar age, and that they've all vanished without a trace. But the scariest part is that to this day, none of the girls have ever been found. Many suspects have been arrested over the years in connection with this case, but shortly after each arrest, another disappearance would always happen.
Maybe there's more than one criminal.
Yes, it's possible. But either way, I believe that every case has some precise truth behind it, waiting to be exposed.
Yes, I agree. And at the very least, the family of those missing girls deserves some sort of explanation.
How often does this happen?
I just imagined for a second what I would do if Lynette were to suddenly disappear. I'd pay any price to get her back, and then find a way to track down the culprit.
Is that
Please don't imagine that, Lenny.
a quest flag, you guys? Is she gonna disappear? You continue talking on the aqua bus. Before you know it, you're arriving at your destination. Okay.
Hey, we're almost there! Look!
Look, it's Fontaine, the place we've been to before. I can't believe it. We're finally here again. We took the layman's transportation. The first time we arrived, you may not remember this from the first stream where we encountered Fontaine. We went on the aqua bus, forgot to get the waypoint, ran to get the waypoint. It left without us, so we just ran along the aqua route. We just followed. We weren't certain where we were supposed to go, so we just followed the tracks until they stopped. I finally got to ride it all the way.
Well, I really enjoyed chatting with you. Life should be full of pleasant little surprises like this.
Agreed.
Yeah, us as well. The ride went by too quickly.
I have an interview to get to. I should get going before I'm late.
Toodles.
Okay, Hyman hopes we can chat again soon, Charlotte. See ya!
Bye now. Oh, be sure to stop
That
by and
laugh.
see me at the Steambird when you have time.
What a tough job. Always running around and interviewing everyone. Well, where should we go now?
If you don't mind, how about we stop by my home first? Besides, I still have all the materials we collected.
Sure.
The
We
flowers?
wouldn't mind at all.
We didn't collect a whole lot.
The city is so huge, Paimon wouldn't know where to start anyway.
The city's also like 4 stories, so it's a bit much to navigate. To be honest, Sumeru's probably the worst to navigate, I would say. The map is not indicative at all of like how you get around there. Beautiful. That's all of Mondstadt City right there. That's how big this place is. Mamma mia. I would walk around and shop around Fontaine. It looks like a really lovely day trip. It looks much nicer than, like, Paris. You know? What's up, Lovie? The guard mechs are like huge clockwork toys. I wonder if I could open one up and have a look. Like clockwork toys, do we? This was the correct character to interact with this child. Yes, my father's a great scientist at the Fontaine Research Institute, and he brings me lots of fun toys. I love opening them up. I love opening them up from the inside out and putting them back together bit by bit. One is also fond of the disassembly of mechanisms in order to better construct new Adeptus mechanicals in the future. I mean, totally normal human constructs. Well, that later bit doesn't work out sometimes, but other times I can pull it off without a hitch. Yes, one is most fond of, self-disassembly. Okay, so she's off. And now it's just me again. Clockwork toys, huh? One must examine this piece of art. By what manner of magical function does this being ambulate? I gotta stop. I have to not. I think maybe I have to not do Cloud Retainer RP when I'm playing Genshin, you guys. I think maybe that could be a slippery slope.
This is our current abode.
That's why Sumeru makes sure you know the city. It didn't! What are you talking about? Sumeru never once made sure I know the city. Go and watch the VODs. You know what Sumeru did? Sumeru was like, go to the stage. That's what Sumeru did.
Ah, Fremine, you're home.
Fremine?
Where did everyone else go?
What
I have
kind
some
of
new
name
friends
is
that? I would like to introduce.
Oh, they all just went out a moment ago.
Why does Fremine look like my ex-girlfriend?
I see. Everyone is getting busier now that father will be returning soon. I suppose that can't be helped.
It's the freckles. And the
Allow
eyes.
me to introduce you to my little brother, Fremine. He is a
And
phenomenal
everything
diver.
else.
Hello.
Nice to meet you.
She's
My
so
name's
cute.
Hannah, and this is the Traveler. Oh, you sound very proud to have a diver as a brother, Linny.
Wait. He's also your brother? Is he a robot too?
Linny, could you come here for a moment?
Aww.
What is it, Fremine? Do you have something to tell me?
Why are there so many soft boys in Genshin? Why can't there be one respectable young lad character in the entire game? Give this poor man some proper pants. Come on, dude.
Okay, I see.
They're French, but pronounced with the wrong accent?
Is
Yeah!
everything all right?
It's crazy.
Oh, it's nothing.
Like
We were
Nouvelette?
just discussing
Is he
a little
not
housework.
Noivelette?
Sorry for the interruption.
I'm using the German pronunciation, though. I don't know
before
anything
forget,
about French, hardly.
The Traveler and I collected more materials to make magic pockets. Were
Hannah's
you able
the
to
French
get any,
person.
Fremine?
French speaker person.
Yes. I went diving and gathered lots of
Is
materials.
Zhongli not enough?
I was about to give them to you.
No, Zhongli's like he's like an adult. Like It's like a mature man. I mean, like, there's not like just a normal guy character in all of Genshin, right? Like me. There's not one that I can think of. Maybe, what was the name of Ayaka's manservant? That's the one. He's like the only, like, just normal guy character in all of Genshin. Oh, him and Tortalia. Yeah. Him and Tortalia, I would say.
That's our Fremine. Always
What about
quick with the
gaming?
underwater work. All right, I'll take these to the workshop.
You're right, gaming is super new. I didn't think of him. Maybe he counts. I think gaming counts. They are few and far between, though. Rain, so cozy.
Looks like rain.
Tut. Looks like rain.
Oh, you're right. But wasn't it clear and sunny just a moment ago? Fontaine's weather sure is weird.
Is Novelette gonna show up now?
I'm afraid that's just how it is here. It often rains on days where there are trials being held in the Opera House, but don't worry.
I was about to say, you mean Pyro Child? Yeah. They're the same. They are the same character.
What's
You're right.
Fremine?
There's a legend about the rain that I tend to believe. It's
What is
said
it,
that
man?
a dragon of water once resided in Fontaine. Though we don't know where the dragon went, every time it weeps, the skies will cloud up and pour out rain. When I was a child, my mother told me that if I wanted to go outside and play, I should yell toward the sky at the top of my lungs. Hydro Dragon! Hydro Dragon! Don't cry!
Go out, Billy. Go and scream to the heavens at the top of your lungs. Only then can you play. The elemental dragon of Fontaine.
If it's an elemental dragon, then having the power to make it rain wouldn't be very unusual.
Yeah, doesn't Storm Terror do
Come
that?
on, try something. Hydro dragon, don't cry!
Aw. That was cute. That was cute.
Doesn't seem to be of any use. It is just a legend after all.
You know, you might be a more popular magician if you understood the concept of romanticism. Or could at least play along.
Said the robot.
Sorry, it might be because we've never met the Hydro Dragon. Perhaps it can't be comforted by the words of strangers.
You must speak Draconic to it. We just stood out in the rain
for
waiting
longer
for
than
it
I
to stop.
suspected. Oh, it's
Madmen.
already getting late.
Was there something you needed to do, Linny?
He wanted to get stuff from his
some
house, right?
Preparations for the
Yeah.
show at the Opera House. I need to find a way to catch the last aqua bus of the day. On the day of the performance, just ride the aqua bus to the island of Araneus. I'll have Lynette meet you at the fountain in front of the Opera House.
All right, sounds good.
Oh, are you leaving now?
Yeah.
What is it, Fremine? I'm in a hurry. Oh, I get it. You feel nervous delivering the materials for the magic pockets, is that it? Perhaps we could trouble the traveler to help us take these materials
Why does he have
to
a-
the Beaumont workshop and deliver them to the owner there. I'm afraid that Fremine can
Why does he have a
be
steel
quite
diving helmet
introverted. And the boss there
cap on
tends
his
to be
head?
pretty talkative. Fremine has always been a little afraid of her.
No trouble at all.
Yo, who's the
Don't
boss?
worry, we're on the case.
Hey, who's the boss? No. We gotta make sure we're back at the metro station to
Sorry
catch
for
the last bus of the day.
inconvenience.
Yeah,
I'm
I've been
quite
there.
Useless when it comes to such tasks. I'll think of a way to make it up to you.
Oh, no need. This will be a walk in the park for us.
We can go out for some barbecue. I'll serve it myself at the Wangshu. Like I did last time for you guys. She's like Catwoman, stalking the rafters of the city. Leaping from building to building. One would be most aggrieved if we missed the last aqua bus out of the city.
Oh, hello there.
I've taken your
Customers?
photo before in a quest for an
Why
event.
do you need something made? Or perhaps you're just looking for a chat with me.
Oh no! We
Yeah,
just
what are
need
you
to deliver
doing
some
later?
materials.
You wanna go out for some
They're
barbecue?
They're for making, what were they called again?
What?
Ah, these must be for Magic Pockets. I could tell right away.
Do we
I've
need to?
already made several orders worth now. No need. They've already prepaid several batches worth.
Good.
When they told me what they'd be using them for, I even offered them a discount.
Her voice actor is very good.
But they insisted on paying the full amount, saying that I had a business to run. It seems both their hearts and their pockets are made of gold.
Whoa. So, is Linny actually loaded?
I can't say for sure, but who knows? Maybe there's good money to be made being a magician in Fontaine.
Hey, is this machine what you use to make stuff here? It looks really
Imagine a little
advanced.
kid playing this and they grow up wanting to be a magician.
Why use your hands when a machine can do the work? It would be a waste not to use the latest technology. And wasting is a kind of crime.
But where does a big machine like that get its power from?
One surmises it
well,
must be run
it's
on
a little
adeptal
complicated.
energy. I
I'm
mean,
not sure I can put it in layman's terms for
human-powered
you,
energy
but
sources
basically, everything we usually use here in
that
the city
normal
is powered by
humans like
vanadium.
myself would use.
It's a type of energy that's produced from trials.
How can
Trial
trials
energy?
produce energy?
What is this, Raid Shadow Legends? Why are we talking about trial
Well,
energy?
I'm not completely sure of all the details myself, but basically, when a trial is in session,
I
the
can't believe
Entreprise
it.
Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale harvests
What
minerals
did you
from
just
production
say to me?
and converts it into energy to be used all
What?
around Fontaine.
I was gonna choke on these banana chips, and then I heard that when I heard that dude. Like, what? The Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale?
So
That was
that's
brutal.
What its other function is?
That was devastating.
I heard that the Oratrice was
How much
created by the
how
archive
much
to make
how much of this are we in for playing the Fontaine story? Be honest with me, guys, please.
Paimon still doesn't get it. How could something unreliable like people's beliefs be turned into
I don't need a
stable
translation.
power
I need to
source
be
for
able to
this
mentally
machine?
prepare myself for this. Didn't Venti and Naida say something about that? I don't know. I'm just guessing.
Oh, yeah. So that means the Hydro Archon relies on the machine to take the energy created by belief and turn it into power for all of Fontaine, right?
Even though I've never heard anyone really put it that way before, it sounds like it makes sense.
It was the immediate stark swapping from English into French.
Besides indemnitium, we have another type of energy called pneumosia. It isn't produced by the power of the
Pneumosia?
Archon,
Is that how you
but
say
it
that?
is
Not
unstable by
pneumosia?
nature. Even now, it still cannot be widely used by civilians.
I thought I'd find you hard at work, but here you are chatting the day away. Since you're already talking, I'm sure you wouldn't mind a few words with me.
Average French accent right here.
You again? Didn't I already promise you that I'd have the more I owe to Confrérie of Cabriere by next month? Why are you hounding me now?
Thanks,
Yeah,
exposition
but
girl.
How do we know that you won't go running off by the end of this month? I want 50% today. Wait, no, 70%.
80. Take it or leave it.
Seems business isn't so great for the workshop. We've already finished our job and delivered the materials. Maybe now's a good time to leave?
You're right.
Hey, hold on.
What?
Before you go around trying to collect payments, why don't you settle your own debts first? If Confrérie of Cabriere wants to poach clients from Northland Bank, that's fine. But I'm afraid you still owe the bank a hefty
It's my
sum
boy.
of Mora. So why don't we work things out between us first, before you get back to your little conversation here?
Ah, you're from Northland Bank. But we said
That's
we'll
right.
pay everything
He's
we owe
from
next
Spurbank.
month. Why are you hounding me now?
Traveler, Paimon!
My name's
I
Nico.
didn't think I'd run into you here in Fontaine.
You might not
What
remember
are the
me.
chances?
We're surprised to see you too.
I see you about once a week.
Fontaine. You didn't want to stay in Sᴛᴏʀyă?
We sure seem to have run into a lot of friends today. By the way, my name's Nico.
Long
Oh
story
god.
short, I've already been in Fontaine for some time now, and honestly, things
Yeah,
get
me too.
pretty
It's
boring.
crazy, isn't it?
But it seems that fate brought our paths together today. Not only will I have some good friends here now, but ones who always seem to find trouble. Either way you look at it, it seems things are going to get a lot more interesting now.
Pretty sure we'd want to avoid anything that you'd find interesting. Besides, our trip here has gone pretty well so far. Right, Traveler?
Yeah, I think we've had our... It's already rained. I'm ready to clock out.
Hey, you, Northland Bank boy. Aren't you forgetting something?
Don't interrupt.
Our free
It's not
pens.
often I run into the Traveler like this. Why don't you wait for me over there for a while?
You kidding? Aren't you the one looking for us? You really expect us to sit and twiddle our thumbs while you catch up with your friends?
Yes.
Listen to me, boy.
Oh my god, I
You
thought
want your Mora?
Tartaglia was saying
Fine.
that for a second.
Why don't you come and take it?
Hey, I just said not to interrupt. Oh, by the way, Traveler, the last time I took Tonya and Tooser ice fishing,
Who?
Tooser said,
Hey, that's way over the line. All right, boys, let's see who has to pay up now.
can you at least let me finish one sentence? Fine. Though the bank told me not to get rough with our clients. You're the ones who started it. This is an act of self-defense. You two will have to be my witnesses, okay?
I didn't see anything.
I'm sure this won't take long.
Oh, we have to play as him? I wanted to watch him fight.
Riptide.
How do I play as this guy? Okay.
What's your deal, Brad? How are you so strong if you're just a staffer from Sᴛᴏʀy's Northland Bank? Wait, don't tell me you're...
Oh, now you notice. It's a little late, don't you think? Just make sure you understand that you don't mess with Northland Bank. Got it? Huh?
Now's my chance!
What happened?
Huh. That was weird.
What happened? Yeah, what happened?
I'm not sure. It's as if I suddenly lost control of my hydro powers when I needed them. Maybe there's something wrong with my vision?
Strange. How could that happen? First time Paimon's ever heard of someone losing control of their vision.
No, it's not. We went to Imazuma. Yeah, Inazuma.
Never mind. It doesn't matter. If I want to stay sharp, I shouldn't be relying too much on my vision anyway.
True.
Besides, I always have my delusion in case I need it.
I don't have a vision.
So what are you doing in Fontaine, child?
I just wanted to contribute.
I don't see it's work for Northland Bank.
It's work for Northland Bank.
Well, I guess it's because I've been in a bad mood lately.
Ah, coming to Fontaine will fix that.
What kind of reason is that? Wait, since when do you feel down about anything?
I don't know. Maybe I still have a lot to learn about myself. But recently, there seems to be some sort of restless power stirring inside of me. And I don't know why, but every now and then I feel like I'm in a terrible mood.
Maybe you losing control of your vision just now is connected
Yo, don't worry,
with
that happened to
power
me,
you're
dude, when I was like
feeling
14,
inside.
15.
That is a possibility.
So what about this power?
I can't remember if I ever mentioned it before, but when I was
Me neither.
14, I fell into some unknown abyss. It was during
Yeah, me
that
too.
time I learned nearly all of my abilities. The one who took me under her wing and taught me was named Skirk.
Skirk.
She was always quiet and very mysterious. Nobody knew where she came from or what she had been through, and she was always very strict when teaching me combat techniques. One time, I asked her why she was willing to take me on as an apprentice. From what I could make of her answer, it was because I had awakened it, and traces of it remained on me. She said that all my combat training would be useful in the future.
But what is it? What did you awaken?
She never explained that, but my guess is that it's related to a dream I saw when I had just fallen into that abyss. In my dream, I was in the deepest depths of the sea, and the boundless seabed was all around me. But in front of me appeared a whale that was so massive, I felt like I couldn't breathe.
Ah, the all-devouring narwhal. We fought him before.
Oh, that sounds familiar! When we fought against you before, you summoned a huge whale that seemed to leap at us. Is that the one?
That's just an abstract form of a whale that I create using my elemental powers. It takes that shape because the scene I dreamt of the whale has always been stuck in my mind.
I see.
I'll never forget it.
So you used the whale as inspiration for one of your moves? Huh. Seems a little twisted to Paimon.
Imagine being the one who awakened the all-devouring narwhal, dude. The cosmic whale. Abyssal powers, huh?
So why don't you just go ask your master? Maybe she knows the answer.
You make it sound so easy. Ever since the incident I experienced there, I've never stopped searching for Master Skirk and that unknown abyss. But it's been years now, and I've still found nothing. There isn't even a trace of the place where I remember falling into the abyss.
So is it a regular abyss? Because don't they usually capitalize abyss?
Sounds like some kind of ghost story.
When it's like they're talking about like
I'm
the
out
abyss?
of leads at this point, but there's nothing more I can do. It seems that strange encounters in this world tend to be elusive like that. Oh, seems the time really flies when I'm talking with you. I just remembered I have somewhere else I need to be, so I should get going.
What? More work for the Northland Bank?
No, it's more of a personal appointment. Lately, I've been sparring with some of Fontaine's official champion duelists whenever I'm feeling bored.
Official champion duelists?
Hmm.
You mean it's their job to duel?
Man, I want to
Yep.
be a duelist.
In Fontaine, before a criminal goes to court, they're given one chance to defend their honor by requesting a duel with an official champion duelist.
Nice.
The champion duelists are all-powerful fighters selected from among the nation's best. And the duel itself is a no-holds-barred fight with no specified stopping point. So engaging in such a duel is regarded as a symbol of defending your honor. If a criminal manages to win the duel, they'll be acquitted. But if they lose, they'll have no choice but to stand trial. And the worst-case scenario is that you're simply killed in the duel. Though it's rumored that Fontaine has a death penalty, from what I can tell, no one has ever been officially sentenced to death. So really, the only people who opt to duel are those who have suffered a grave injustice in being accused, or those who greatly value their honor. Otherwise, why gamble with your life?
I don't know, ask Adventurine.
Do many people actually get out of their trials by winning the duel?
Apparently, it's exceedingly rare for anyone to actually win. Fontaine probably enacted this system as a way to show that the nation respects the honor of its citizens. Besides, none of the champion duelists are to be trifled with, which is exactly why I was itching to face them as soon as I got to Fontaine. Apparently, the one I'm meeting today, Clorinde, is the strongest of the champion duelists.
Florine!
I had been asking her for some time before she finally agreed to face me today.
Well, that's child for ya. Paimon feels like we heard that name somewhere before. Clorinde.
When we met the Hydro Archon.
Oh, before I forget.
You know, during the Lantern Rite event.
Huh? Your vision? You're seriously just giving it away?
Nice.
I'm just worried that it could become uncontrollable again.
I have a vision now.
I'd be pretty upset if it got in the way of my duel. So, I think I'll be better off without it for now. Besides, I just need you to hold on to it for a short while. I'll come retrieve it when I have some time later.
Paimon knows what you're up to. You just want an excuse to come talk to us again, don't you?
No.
Whatever gave you that idea? I'll be in touch later.
Finally, you can see water. Finally, I can use water. Huh?
That sneaky guy. He said he's been feeling down lately, but he seemed the same as ever to Paimon. Well, since we don't have
Yeah,
much
instead of
to
just a
do for
giant
now,
floating
we
island
might
city.
as well walk around and see the city before Lenny's
Like
performance.
Dalaran. We're actually seeing the water for the first time.
Wow! Who could have seen that
We
coming?
walked around all
The
night,
reporter
Paimon.
who was barely around for most of the story was the murderer all along.
Why didn't we talk to Estelle? She just kind of went back to work and we never talked to her again. Paimon, that's spoilers for people who haven't read it yet.
Sorry. Paimon was just surprised, that's all. Whew. Paimon never saw that twist coming. The murder mystery novels here are amazing.
Paimon enjoying reading? What year is it?
The whodunits here in Fontaine are a lot different than the light novels you see from Yai Publishing House.
Yeah.
Both have their merits, but Paimon thinks this style of novels are more, well, novel. It's so exciting to reach the moment when the mystery is uncovered, especially in the one Paimon was just reading. You should buy a copy and read it too.
Eh,
Oh, sorry about that.
that would involve reading.
Paimon will be more careful next time. Hey.
That's right, don't tell me to read, ever.
See Lenny's performance soon? It's almost time for the show to start, so we should get going.
Paimon, we've been out all night with no sleep reading books.
House is on Aeneas, so let's go ride the Aquabus.
Okay, we'll ride the Aquabus, Paimon. Whatever you want, champ. Alright, where's the Aquabus? Go to the Fountain Plaza in front of the Opera House. This isn't the Aquabus, Paimon.
Oh, now
Why'd you take me here?
fancy. The Opera at Qᴜᴇsᴛ. What a place to hold a performance. No wonder Lenny and Lynette were looking forward to it. Huh. Looks like there's a lot of people standing around the fountain up ahead.
Oh, Archon, please bless us with a bright and healthy child. We pray.
I don't know why you always feel the
Joie.
need to ask so much. I'll be happy as long as our child is healthy and lives a peaceful life.
I guess if they're our kid, then there's no doubt they'll turn out smart.
Aww.
Maybe this is one of the customs in Fontaine. There sure are a lot of couples here.
Yeah, we should bring Yoimiya or Ayaka. Huh? He calls it. Huh?
What's wrong?
Is that how you say Vache? Really? She obviously didn't say something, Nico.
No, Paimon didn't say anything. Are you hearing things?
Yeah, whose voice was that just now?
Welcome to the Fountain of Lucine.
Hello,
All
robot.
the water flowing through Fontaine converges here. It's customary for newlyweds to come here and wish for children.
Lynette! You scared Paimon! When did you get here?
That's cute.
Lenny asked me to wait here for you, remember?
Right.
He did? Hey, Lynette, you want some banana chips? By the way.
What do you mean? There are a lot of people here right now.
No, a voice from the fountain.
Hey, you're not trying to scare Paimon, are you?
Paimon, I've heard so many weirder things in front of you. What are you talking about?
It's not the time for eerie things.
I see. I might be able to tell you something that could help explain the voice you heard. In fact, you might not be imagining things at all. I suspect that what you heard is a result of your hypersensitivity to the hydro element. Others in my family have had similar experiences.
It's because of his sensitivity to the hydro element? But what would hearing a voice have to do with elemental power?
When do you cry, Paimon?
What?
Wait, what? What does that have to do with anything?
Answer the question, Paimon.
Just answer me. When do you cry?
When Paimon's really sad? Oh, and when Paimon's super happy. Oh, and also when Paimon's really, really scared.
When Paimon realizes she's too weak and pathetic to help me in a life or death situation. That's the only time I've seen her cry.
Your most intense emotions. Like I just mentioned, the Fountain of Lucine is where all the flowing water in Fontaine converges. Even the tears that fall to the ground will eventually gather here. So maybe what you heard was the intense emotion coming from someone's tears.
I don't buy it.
So, what did the voice say?
It's calling someone's name.
Huh. If you were hearing their
Valet.
emotions,
Valet.
then Paimon wonders what happened
Like the type
to them.
of parking at a restaurant
Rather than
or a
worrying
hotel.
about them, we should worry about my brother first.
What happened to him?
Don't let that calm look of his fool you. He tends to get pretty nervous just before a performance.
No,
So
Vacher?
chatting
You're
with
right.
Lenny might help him relax a little before he goes on stage.
Oh, right. That makes sense. Let's go in and see Lenny.
Is this the Nutcracker suite right now? Hold on. I'm in the fountain. Too tall to switch to character. Isn't it? Oh! Brittany, you actually found something. Thanks. It's amazing. It's probably the fountain music we were just listening to, right? We have to go on our Sunday best to the Opera House. Fremantle! Wait, no, it's the other guy. Lenny!
Traveler and Paimon, good to see you. I knew you two would come.
Are you kidding? We wouldn't miss it for the world.
I would. For the world, I would miss it.
I can tell, judging
If
by
it's
how
for the
early you've
world.
arrived. But you're actually right on time. The audience still hasn't started entering the venue yet, which means now is the perfect chance for us to take you to the best seats in the house.
Like when my friends
Wait
host
just
Rocky.
A moment, I'll fetch the tickets.
And they put a reserved seat sign in like the front row. It's pretty pog.
The Opera House has assigned seating, so you always have to make reservations. I've already reserved your seats, and here are your tickets.
Does Paimon get her own seat, or does she have to sit on my shoulder or something? To see.
Thanks, Lenny.
Don't mention it. There's no need to keep thanking me.
Thanks.
Hey, Lenny, could you come over here and take a look at this?
Cornwall?
Oh, I'll be right there. Seems there's an issue with the stage props over there. That's Cal, my assistant, calling me. I'll go lend him a hand.
Sure.
Yeah, we'll just go to our seats. You go ahead,
We'll
Lenny.
go straight to our seats and not make a big deal out of anything or cause a scene. I promise. All right. Where's the concession stand? Dude, am I walking into a cathedral? Damn, no, that's style. Imagine the acoustics in here, right? Dude, I love like real opera houses.
Oh, these should be our seats. Come on, let's sit down.
One says reserved for Paimon, the other she doesn't have a seat, she just floats. That's amazing. Hey man. Who's this? Ellipse. You're in Paimon's seat. Huh?
Hey, traveler. Maybe we should strike up a conversation with the person next to us. Since we're sitting together and the rest of the place is practically empty still. It's kinda awkward if we don't say anything.
What are you talking about? I don't talk to people all the time when it's me and one other person. What do you mean? Is that your job? You're the little one, Paimon. You put it on yourself.
I did not realize you felt awkward. I am terribly sorry. I would be perfectly happy to chat with you if that is what you would like.
Oh,
He's an elf. Look at him.
so you heard
Look at his
all
ears.
of that, did ya? Boy, you sure have good ears.
It's his elf ears, Paimon.
Wait, that's not it. Paimon's sorry. Paimon's the one who was being rude, talking under her breath like that.
Paimon.
Oh, Paimon's got it. You're also here early and sitting in the front. Are you a friend of Linny's too?
Leans over, pushes Paimon out of the way. So do you, come here often?
A friend, you say? Well, if Mr. Linney would like to be my friend, I would be more than happy to reciprocate.
Oh, so you're not friends with Linny then? Oh, this is getting more awkward by the second. Paimon nearly forgot to make her introduction.
You didn't nearly. You did forget.
Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. We just arrived in Fontaine.
My name's Nico. That's my name. You can use it to address me.
It is an honor to meet you two. I have heard of your deeds across Teyvat. And as required by proper etiquette, I will also introduce myself. I am...
Interrupted.
Oh, Monsieur Nervillet. What an honor it is to have you here to see my show.
Nervillet.
Ah, Mr. Linney. I should say it is in fact an honor for me to see your performance in person.
Wait, Nervillet? Could he be...
Narvillet.
I saw you all chatting just now, but it seems you still don't know who Monsieur Nervillet is. Allow me to introduce you to Fontaine's Chief Justice. That seat is always reserved for him.
The Udex.
It wouldn't be too much to say that he's the symbol of justice and honesty here in Fontaine.
Ooh, sorry for being so rude just now. Paimon had no idea you were such an important
Monsieur
person.
Nervillet.
No offense taken. Being Chief Justice is merely what I do for
Udex.
work. Nearly every person has their usual reserved seat, so I'm not so special, really. And by the way, I should probably let you know, even though I would prefer not to.
Then don't. What do you mean?
There's someone sitting up there in the VIP seats that has been striking a pose for quite a while now.
Where's she?
I believe she
practicing
is
for the
trying
cameras?
to give you a most elegant and impressive first impression. So I think you should take notice of her sooner rather than later. Otherwise, she may become flustered.
Let's ignore her, Paimon. Let's ignore her. Let's ignore her.
Huh? Oh, it's Farina, the Hydro Archon. She sure has a smug and satisfied look on her face. Guess she has no idea that you saw right through her act.
Very good. That is for the best. No need to pay her any more attention.
Yep.
We may now enjoy the show.
Huh? So is this what things are like between the Chief Justice and the Hydro Archon?
All right, please wait just a moment longer.
I think I actually like the idea of her trying
preparations and the
so
performance will
hard to
start
like
as
get
soon
our
as the
attention, and
audience
we
has made
just
their way to
ignore
their
her for the
seats.
whole story. That would be so funny.
About to start. Paimon can hardly wait. Paimon's never seen a real live magic show before.
Yeah, we're the only audience too. Never mind. The crowd enters. Okay. Look at Paimon.
They're dimming the lights. The show must be starting.
Paimon, shut up and sit down.
Sorry. Paimon will try to stay quiet.
Welcome, one and all, to the Opera Epiclese. I am the star of today's show, Linny. And over here is my sister, Lynette, who will be working as my wonderful assistant. Please, let's give her a warm welcome.
Hello, everyone.
Robot.
I know she may seem to be a little sleepy right now, but that's just a sign that she's nervous.
Whatever.
Now, some of you may be thinking, two vision holders who can freely manipulate elemental powers performing magic is not true magic at all. So, I would like to take a moment to assure you that elemental powers will have nothing to do with what you will witness on the stage today.
He lied.
Both Lynette and myself have removed
Is that a
our
masked
visions
fool?
for the
Hold
show.
up.
That way, even the gods won't be able to help us.
Oh, good point. That's what makes the show real magic.
They're hiding their visions.
Now,
They're
without
hiding their
further
visions.
ado,
They're
let
hiding
the
their visions.
show begin. Lynette will now exit the stage to make some preparations. I know you might miss her, but don't worry. She'll be coming right back on stage momentarily. Perhaps in an unexpected way. I'm sure she'll be stealing the spotlight soon enough.
Dude.
Oh, and before I forget, there's one more thing I should say.
Do you guys remember when, like, stage magicians were ultra popular? Wasn't that, remember that guy that tried to, like, hold his breath for 30 minutes underwater or something, like, chained up? I remember, like, television stage magicians were extremely popular. It was, like, right when American Idol was, like, first getting popular, like, very early 2000s. Do you guys remember that?
You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye.
Sleepy and nervous? Yeah, like Hana.
A magician's greatest skill is making things disappear.
Wrong.
Or appear. The possibilities are endless.
Huh? Not even putting his hands around it in a circle to show there's no strings?
But this isn't what you came for. These little tricks, you've seen them all before. So it's time for something truly extraordinary, don't you think?
It's time to make the
This
Archon
one's a little
disappear! The top of the theater explodes.
Using this water tank, I shall make my sister vanish completely, right before your very eyes.
Let me use this as my personal aquarium in my house.
It's actually quite simple. She'll just turn into air bubbles and float right out of the top. Oh no! I told them to check all the props carefully. With the lid on, even air can't escape. An amateur magician would be getting very nervous right around now. Luckily, it's me on stage, so let me show you what a true virtuoso can do. Lynette, are you still there? Don't go too far. We don't want to use up all our magic.
Where's your...
Hi, I'm
Don't...
back.
Does she have her clothes? Oh god. Okay, she has a second set of clothes. Alright, it's fine. I got nervous for a second there. Do you guys ever get like I don't know what the phrase would be, like sympathy suffocation when you see somebody like drowning in like a film or a TV show or something. Every time someone's like holding their breath and something like that, I always like also hold my breath to see if I can hold my breath as long as the person in the movie. I do it every time. It's like a fun little challenge. Is that actually crazy, or do people do that? Because like I've always done that ever since I was little. What a show.
If we could see easily through his tricks, then that would mean that his skills are still lacking. To appreciate magic, you should focus on the show happening on stage, rather than getting caught up in trying to see that which has been intentionally hidden.
Nice.
Right. Paimon couldn't believe her eyes when Lynette reappeared. Amazing.
Thank you, everyone. I'm glad you enjoyed that performance. But our magical journey has only just begun. I've prepared even more astonishing surprises for everyone here. The magic of transformation and disappearance can go far beyond what you've just seen. I'm sure many of you are thinking that escaping
Actual
the
idle
water
animation.
tank was impressive enough. But Lynette is still my assistant after all. In which case, I have ample time to make all necessary preparations.
Huh?
So, for my next trick, I will require the participation of one lucky audience member. Please, if my assistants could bring out the magical boxes now. There are 2 boxes, and only 2 boxes. One is here, and one is there in the aisle among the audience.
How do they do that? What?
I'm sure many of our clever audience members have already guessed our next magic trick. A swap. Our lucky audience member and I will each enter a magic box. After 1 minute, we will each emerge from the opposite box. Now please, everyone pay very close attention to the box you see here. Don't give me any chance to make
It's
a
mirrors.
Wow, how's he gonna do this? Hey, do you think this is all magic tricks, or does Lenny have actual superpowers?
Let's watch and see, Smile.
The lucky audience member will be generated by this random number selector.
Oh, you gotta hate
It
that.
selects numbers entirely at random. Even I don't know who will be chosen to participate.
Paimon.
Let's
Paimon.
begin. Let me see. Oh, row 7, seat 3. Congratulations! You now have the chance to experience magic firsthand for an entire minute. Please, come forward. My assistant will take you beside the magic box.
That better be in like the
I'm
the
sorry,
waiver.
it might be a little cramped inside, but no need to feel nervous. We've carefully arranged everything for you to be as comfortable as possible. You don't need to do anything, but no matter what strange things may happen, don't come out of the box. If the magic is interrupted, who knows where you might end up? You might even find yourself in the Fortress of Meropide.
Gets arrested for not participating in the magic show. Oh, the poor girl.
All right.
This
Before I
wasn't on
enter
the
magic
waiver. She
box,
didn't ask for
there
this.
is one more thing I need to ask the audience to do. Could you all give me a countdown? Like this.
100.
60,
99.
58. Just keep counting down. You can go a little faster or slower if you like. I won't be able to see anything in the pitch black box, so I'll be relying on your voices to know when time is up. Oh, and no tricks now. If you quickly count from 60 in just 30 seconds, then I'll be in a tough spot.
65, 9, 38, 27, 26, 25, 54.
Paimon kinda wants to count faster after hearing him say that.
Everyone wants to count at different rates. Yeah. I'm sure he's prepared.
No, that won't do. I can see it in your eyes. You still can't be trusted. Let's practice together. Come on, repeat after me. 60, 59, 58.
60, 59, 58.
That's right, perfect.
I'm gonna count
Keep it
along, you guys.
going.
Ready?
All right,
Everyone
I'll
count
see
along.
you all on the other side once you've finished counting.
54, 53, 52.
51, 50, 49, 48, 47, 46,
counting in my
45,
head.
44,
I think things are
43,
exciting enough in here
42,
as it is.
41,
Merely
40,
a consequence of
39,
my identity
38,
and
37, 36,
Do not worry
35,
about me.
34,
Just
33,
enjoy the
32, 31, 30, 29, 28, 27, 26, 25, 24, 23, 22, 21, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, negative 1, negative 2, negative 3, negative 4, negative 5, negative 6, negative 7, negative 8, negative 9. I think it's all part of the show. Negative 10, negative 11, negative 12, negative 13, negative 14, negative 15, negative 16, negative 17. They come from the stage. Negative 17, negative 18, negative 19, negative 20, negative 21, negative 22, negative 23, negative 24, negative 25, negative 26. That's like the same pace. Negative 27, negative 28, negative 29, negative 30, negative 31, negative 32, negative 33, negative 34, negative 35, negative 36, negative 37, negative 38, negative 39, negative 40, negative 41, negative 42, negative 43, negative 44, negative 45, negative 46, negative 47, negative 48, negative 49, negative 50, negative 51, negative 52, negative 53, negative 54, negative 55, negative 56, negative 57. It's on autoplay. There's no excuse. Negative 58, negative 59, negative 60, negative 61, negative 62, negative 63, negative 64, negative 65, negative 66, negative 67, negative 68, negative 69, negative 70, negative 71, negative 72, negative 73, negative 74, negative 75, negative 76, negative 77, negative 80, negative 78, negative 79, negative 80, negative 81, negative 82, negative 83, negative 84, negative 85, negative 86, negative 87, negative 88, negative 89, negative 90, negative 91, negative 92, negative 93, negative 94, negative 95, negative 96, negative 97, negative 98, negative 99, negative 100. That wasn't 60 seconds. That was 160 seconds. I bet he's in both boxes. Man. Dead lol. Billy! No! Wait, is the story getting good? Huh?
Is this part of the show?
Yeah!
Mr.
Tell them it's part of the show.
You're going to use magic to fix the stage now, right?
What happened?
Tell them it's part of the show.
Oh no. Maybe this isn't part of the show. The girl was still in that box, right?
This performance is over. Medical staff with me. Guards, secure the scene and detain all the performers. Seal the exits. No one is allowed in or out at this time.
Bar the doors.
Yes,
Seal
that's
the
right.
exits.
If this was just an accident, then we must investigate the cause. But if this was all part of some scheme, then those accountable will not escape the judgment of the God of Justice.
No need to be alarmed, you two. We'll get to the bottom of this soon enough.
After some time, the guards complete their investigation. That was fast.
Unfortunately, the person who is in the magic box has been pronounced dead. His name was Cowell.
No,
Cowell! Apparently, the fireworks on stage ignited the ropes that were suspending the water tank. which then caused the tank to fall onto the stage. As of now, we are still not sure why we found Cowell in the box, rather than the guest from the audience.
I can't
And after an initial search of the area, the guards have confirmed that the girl is nowhere to be found.
I can't believe
It
they
appears that this
decided
incident
to
was not merely
place
some mishap with
the
performance.
cabinet directly under the water tank.
And there are many
Who
indications
could have
that
foreseen
it
this
is connected
terrible
with the case
tragedy?
of the serial disappearances of young women.
The serial disappearances case?
That's the case that Charlotte mentioned before.
In front of an audience, including the Archon and Chief Justice, no less.
I know the truth. I can see through the whole thing. Really, using such a shallow and obvious mystery as his finale. Did he really underestimate us that badly?
Mamma mia.
I say that our powerful magician, Mr. Linney, is now the prime suspect for the serial disappearances case.
Nice.
Why me? This whole thing was an accident.
No, this all occurred during your magic show, did it not? The missing girl disappeared after being chosen, did she not? The deceased is one of your assistants, is he not?
Yoshi, right though.
Now that I think about it, that whole speech about magicians making things disappear was nothing more than a provocation, a bald-faced challenge.
That can't be right. How can Lenny do this? He was in the box on the stage the entire time. We can even hear his voice. Besides, before the show, he told us that he would like to catch the criminal behind the disappearances. He couldn't possibly mean catching himself.
Paimon. Yo, relax, okay? Listen, kid. Right. Excuse me. Prenup man just died. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier when we first arrived here, that it seems kind of messed up that this is how they treat cases. Do you remember when I was talking about that and you were saying, whoa, what are you talking about, Nick? This is exactly what I mean, where they don't take cases seriously. They treat them as performances, as performance art. It's crazy. Listen up, Paimon. The fireworks, the fire from the fireworks burned the rope, causing the tank to fall down. Who's the one that was holding on to Liney's fire vision while he was doing his magic show? That's what we need to ask. He's a suspect at most.
Save discussion for a later time, please. Lady Farina, may I assume that your comments just now constitute an accusation against Mr. Linney and his associates?
Guilty!
That you are pressing charges?
I just think that he... Well, I think it might be a little early to talk about formally pressing charges.
But what Lady Farina said just now makes perfect sense. Looks like she's gonna personally deliver justice.
Yeah.
A kidnapping and murder carried out under the cover of a magic show. Lady Farina.
It's genius.
said
A
it
true
all.
villain. Lock him up.
I mean...
Get him out.
Of course, my dear people. But what excites me even more than the obvious truth before our eyes is the opponent I'll be facing. That's right. I mean you, Traveler.
What?
You'll support Lenny, won't you? After all, he was the one who helped you the first time we met.
Yeah. I'll stand for the dwarf.
Then there's no problem at all. You know,
Looks over at Lenny, whom he had just met. Shrugs.
But with Lenny's help, our little duel ended in a draw. But draws really are the most boring possible outcome.
Draws are the most
So
boring
no more
type of
draws.
underpants.
Between the two of us, there must be a clear winner and loser. And what better place to hold such a riveting showdown and decide the true victor than here, on the grandest of stages, the Opera Epiclese.
It wasn't a draw. She obviously lost last time.
Yeah, but do I get to, like, kick her out a moon door?
understand. Charges have now been pressed, and as such, a trial is in order. Well, traveler, seems Lady Farina has set you in her sights. But putting her dramatic rhetoric aside for a moment, I would like to ask you, are you willing to act as Mr. Linney's attorney and defend him in this case?
Yeah.
Very well. The trial will be held a day from now in the Opera House. Both sides may investigate the scene to build their cases and search for the truth.
I don't care. I choose trial by combat. Let me do the duel. Send me against your
Linney
master
and his troop
duelists.
are all potential suspects.
Bring it on.
And shall remain within the Opera House. The audience
I'm
may
invincible.
begin to leave in an orderly fashion once they have been cleared by the guards.
A day isn't that long. Let's see what kind of case this big shot outlander can build in such a short amount of time. I'm really quite looking forward to hearing it.
Everyone is dismissed, and the audience begins to leave, along with Farina and Neverlet. How is he not in custody?
Sorry about everything that happened just now. Were you frightened?
Yeah, but what about Cornwallis?
Be scared after witnessing an accident like that.
Yeah, I'm a little shaken up myself. How could this happen? And poor Cal.
Yeah.
I know you already claimed that you would defend me, but now it's just us talking. Tell me, do you think I could possibly be the murderer?
Possibly? It's hard to say.
I understand. Even I'm not sure what happened, so I can only imagine how
If you didn't say
difficult it is for
possibly,
you
I
to
would have
grasp
said
the
no, but you said
situation.
possibly, and it's
I'm
absolutely
sure everyone sees
possibly.
me as the biggest suspect at this point. But if you ask me, the whole thing is mysteries layered upon mysteries, such that all that's left is confusion. I don't know whether what happened there on the stage was purely an accident or not, and I don't know why poor Cal was in the box. As for how that girl chosen from the audience could suddenly disappear, I'm afraid I don't have any answers either. If someone tampered with my performance, then we need to figure out what they did. Even a skilled and knowledgeable magician like myself couldn't pull all that off in just 1 minute.
Yeah. But the scene looks a little odd. One might even say it looks a little strange.
Which is precisely why we need to investigate. As this book says, the impossible could not have happened. Whatever happened must have been that which is possible.
Where'd you find those glasses, Paimon?
Paimon bought them when we were reading at the bookshop in the city earlier. Pretty cool, huh?
Paimon, you better use that as a disguise in the future. I swear to God. You better use that in the future.
I think they look cute on you, Paimon.
You have good taste, Lynette.
That's the right attitude. Feeling depressed isn't going to help me now. I need to get back to my normal
I want a man
self.
just die. Yeah.
But with the guards watching our
Cornwallis, why? He was so young and helpful. Why did they have to kill him?
Good thing you agreed to be our attorneys. Thanks for that. We'll be counting on you.
Yes, thank you so much.
I'm used to this sort of thing.
Yeah, just leave it to us.
So young, so unafraid.
Since we're going to start investigating, Paimon has a question first.
Yeah,
Where did Lynette go during the performance?
the big comfy couch.
Oh, well, I'm afraid that would involve some of our essential trade secrets as magicians.
Tell me or I'm not defending you.
Behind our magic are past saving, Linny.
Yeah.
I suppose you're right.
A man just died,
The
Lynn.
truth behind our tricks is going to be important evidence that will be weighted during the trial. 'Tis truly a pity. As a magician, our magic show is a work of art.
That's true.
We've poured
I could
countless
agree with
hours
that.
and spared no effort in
I'll agree with that.
perfecting it.
That magic shows are art. Yeah.
But if revealing
It's a
our
performance.
secrets will help you uncover the truth behind what happened, then it will be well worth it. We
Dude,
should go somewhere else if
AI
we're going to
magic
discuss
shows.
Our magic tricks. We'll go speak with the guards, and in the meantime, you can go investigate the stage and the seating areas.
All right, let's
I really hope
Detective Paimon is on the case.
I really hope Paimon keeps these glasses on for the rest of this quest and then also uses them for quests in the future that require them.
Hello, officer.
Okay, good.
How's the
Good.
investigation going?
Started well. It's continuing. Okay. We're the attorneys.
Ah, I see. You must be the traveler that Lady Farina mentioned. Listen, I'll be perfectly
This is
honest
Inspector
with you.
Paimon.
I'd avoid getting mixed up in this whirlpool of a mess if I were you.
Huh? What do you mean?
Come with me and you'll see.
Sticks pipe in mouth, blows
Deceased
bubbles
is
out of it.
One of Linny's assistants named Cal. Even though he hadn't joined the troupe long, he was hardworking and everyone generally liked him. The assistants are usually in charge
No!
of
Look
setting
at
up
how
and inspecting
mangled
the
his
props,
body
as
is.
well as assisting with the show and keeping the crowd
I
engaged.
can't tell where his head is and where
As
his legs
you
are.
probably saw when you were in the
It looks
audience,
like a
the
mangled
water tank
starfish.
suddenly fell.
Why did look at how they massacred my boy? Cornell, no! Wasn't the girl supposed to be there?
This is the real mystery. We've already searched the scene and we're unable to find any traces of the girl. However, if you look carefully,
This
the box
shouldn't
was
be
positioned
funny.
directly under the water tank. The ropes holding the tank were then burned by the pyrotechnics
God.
on stage, causing them to snap. All these factors lining up so perfectly makes it hard to see this as a mere accident.
Yo, we gotta get Cloud Retainer in here to help with the investigation. We have to. Ah, yes, one will be sure to make use of her adeptal sight to see into the minds of the perpetrators. I mean, my human intuition as normal people would in such cases.
If anything, the more logical explanation is that the whole incident was intentionally planned, and Linny is the most likely person to have access to all these areas.
But he doesn't have a motive.
Are you both good friends of his?
Yeah, we met yesterday.
Well, you can't say we're good friends, but we've known each other for a little while.
So
23
in just a
hours.
short time, he was not only able to win your trust, but even convince you to act as his attorneys. I know there's no such thing as magic. The real trick of a magician is holding the audience in the palm of their hand. I've seen a lot of cases, and I can tell you that people are the least reliable kind of evidence.
People are also the scariest monsters on Earth. There's a lot of things that people are. That's not always true.
Sorry, I tend to be pretty straightforward. Just know that I'm warning you for your own good. Anyway, you may investigate the scene of the crime yourselves if you're curious. Who knows, maybe you'll be able to come up with some new evidence.
You can use the case record to confirm your current evidence and clue collection situation and sort case-related information. You can check as yet undiscovered evidence and clues in the case record. Then investigate the corresponding area to locate them, okay? Says magic isn't real, staring at small floating rations. Get it? She's emergency food. It's so funny. Peak humor. Investigation from the guards report. All right, this is what, okay, we know this. No, look at him. Aw, coño. He didn't deserve this. This is where the magic box was struck. If Cowell weren't inside the box at that moment, he might have dodged the falling water tank.
So this is the rope that broke and caused the water tank to fall.
Bro, how are you gonna suspend a water tank by one rope? Are you kidding me?
How can it be burned through so quickly by fireworks?
We need an expert, calls Yoimiya. Or, no context.
Why are you suddenly so serious, Traveler?
Or... I'm looking where the rope snapped. Yes, I see.
Look! This bit is made from different material! Most of it was burned away, but there's still a little bit of it left.
Like a flash cotton. Aha! They should have known better than to use woven cotton to suspend such a large tank.
So if a rope meant to hold something was made with that kind of material in it, then that means...
That this was no accident.
Why don't you write all this down? Let's take notes.
Go ahead, have a look around. In the end, we're both after the truth.
The broken magic box was left on the scene after the guards completed their investigation. Looking at it now, the water tank must have struck it really hard. Yeah. Quinn.
The investigation team has some new findings. Turns out there's an issue with the random number selector after all.
Huh?
See, I told you. What if the machine picked some big guy's seat? You think the murderer would have still made his move then?
Sorry to interrupt, but we're helping Linny and Lynette with their side of the investigation. What were you saying about the number selector? There's something wrong with it?
You're trying to help them? That'll be a tall order.
Linny used the machine to pick a random member of the audience during his performance, right? The lucky girl that later disappeared. Well, we thought there might be a serious problem with the machine, so we had it taken away for further inspection.
It turns out that the seat number it picked wasn't random at all. The machine picks that same number every time. I'm sure you already know that you have to make a reservation in advance to get a seat, regardless of whether it's a trial or some performance. In other words, Linny knew who would be sitting where from the very beginning.
That much checks out. Linny reserved our seats for us too.
Bet you see why I was saying it'd be tough to make a case for Linny.
Yep.
Even though it's bad for Linny's case, Paimon had better write it down.
Ow. I hit my funny bone on the table. Vaughn.
Linny's magic tricks were the stuff of legends, but the way he did this crime, he should have stuck to doing magic.
Look, doing magic tricks is one thing. Pulling off a crime is something else entirely. Maybe he was just too full of himself.
Slippery slope being a magician.
I see that you're investigating the area. Well, it just so happens that I'm interested too. If you find any new and interesting leads, be sure to share them with me, all right?
We don't have too many thoughts yet.
Then why don't I tell you my hypothesis first? The way I see it. And I'll start it with that loud thud.
The thud? Oh, you mean the sound that happened during the countdown?
Yes, exactly. It wasn't terribly loud, but I suspect that most people heard it. It's just that everyone was awaiting the results of Linny's trick with bated breath, so no one paid it much mind. But now that the incident has happened, the thud has become an important clue.
That makes sense. So, what do you make of it?
I'm of the opinion that it may have been the sound of Linny's accomplice. Lynette, perhaps. Jumping atop the water tank or something like that. And when the pyrotechnics went off, she cut the rope, sending the water tank crashing down.
But wasn't the noise we heard too loud for that?
Perhaps the balance wasn't right, leading to a particularly rough landing. Oh, that's true.
I still circle back to why
suppose
suspend a
I
water
must
tank on top of
reconsider.
somebody if you don't need to.
That does remind Paimon, though. What was with that sound?
Above someone. The thud. Excuse me, guard ma'am. Did you see anything suspicious during the show?
Lenny's still
Molly.
talking to the guards. It seems he'll have a lot of explaining to do.
Yeah.
I think someone will be assigned to monitor us later, but that's all right.
I gotta go back on the stage. It's only Nico on my team. Aha. Yoo-hoo. Maurice.
Hello there. What are you investigating?
Oh, this location has also been cordoned off because the Magic Troop members are currently considered prime suspects. The investigation team is still collecting evidence. The seats were all booked in advance, so we were able to deduce the missing woman's identity by checking the guest list.
Who is she?
Sure.
That's
it's
not
like this is confidential information.
That's not what I clicked.
We will publish it
Oops.
later anyway when we petition the public to help us find the missing person. Her name is Halsey.
Oh, okay.
She's a painter from Fontaine
Halsey.
who's made a bit of a name for herself. Apparently, she wasn't a regular at the Opera House, but she'd been feeling some pressure with her work lately, which made her decide to come see the magic show. The Magic Troop members all claim not to know her. We have looked into her social connections. It seems that she has no personal grievances or conflicts of interest with the suspects. Simply put, she wasn't related to the Magic Troop at all, which matches the features of the previous serial disappearances.
Were the victims of previous cases also chosen at random?
That's how it seems to us, in any case. Apart from the fact that they were
How many
all
magic
young
shows do
women
they have
around the same
abductions
age
at?
range, there really weren't any other connections between them.
Okay then.
Thanks for letting us know.
No need to be so formal. If you do happen to see the missing girl, please be sure to contact us. It is of utmost importance that we get to the bottom of these disappearances.
Poor Halsey. I wonder what the last item is. Way out here.
Hey, you! Yes, both of you.
That's me.
Over here.
It's her.
I've been keeping an eye on you for a while now.
It's Navia. Was she at the show?
Huh? You mean us?
Finally, we meet her.
That's right. If I'm not mistaken, you're also among those who wish to cut down the thorns and pursue the truth. No?
Yes.
And by the looks of it, you're not from Fontaine.
No.
Well, you're right on the more about that one, but who are you?
Have you never heard of the Sᴛᴏʀy Rosula? From mediating disputes and providing protection to solving conundrums, you name it, Sᴛᴏʀy Rosula does it.
Anime effect.
Navia have the honor of being its renowned president.
Paimon in her disguise, yeah. What's up,
By
girl?
our rules, call me boss.
I like calling people boss.
I'm Silver, her attendant. Pleased to meet you.
And I'm Melus. Demoiselle's various daily needs and affairs are under my purview.
Is that Monsieur Lumiere?
Boss? Demoiselle? What gives with the names?
What does Demoiselle mean?
Well, I am the second generation president. Melus and the others are still used to my previous title.
My apologies, Demoiselle. Should you prefer, boss, I will endeavor to use that instead.
No,
Lady?
no
Okay.
need. You don't have to call me boss. Just Navia is fine.
Okay, if you say so. Not that we're members of Sᴛᴏʀy Rosula anyway.
What does Spina de Rosula mean?
All merely trifling details. Never mind. Now, back to the situation at hand.
So you want to investigate as well?
That's right. I've always kept an eye on the serial disappearance cases. My interest stems from a matter back from my father's time. Judging from the look of things, I find Linny an unlikely mastermind.
Really? We think so too. That's why we're looking for clues now. But
What does Spina mean?
you come to that conclusion.
Intuition, naturally. My unparalleled intuition.
That's what I said before. Trying to figure out how to hide the text.
Farina sure was quick to point the finger at Linny without any decisive evidence whatsoever, wasn't she?
Yep.
But that's not uncommon for her. If you remember, the justice had to interrupt her and ask if she was pressing charges just to keep her from getting carried away. Anyway, a trial begins the moment someone levels charges. And, of
What?
course,
It's
there
crazy.
was no way Farina was going to back down in that situation.
Sounds more like you just don't trust the Hydro Archon.
Well, what's your opinion? I must admit that she can be interesting at times, but liking her doesn't mean that I'll blindly agree with her.
When you put it like that, our colors kind of match. What are you doing later?
All right, I've answered your question. Now, it's time you answer mine.
Wait a minute. Did that answer count?
Smooth? Yeah.
Well, I say it does. But don't worry, you won't hear any pointless questions from me. In your opinion, do you think it's right to treat a trial like it's an opera?
No.
Well?
No.
And why would that be?
It's stupid. Because they don't care about the truth, they care about the story.
See, Silver and Melus? I told you they'd be different.
Most astute of you, Demoiselle. I too think that the traveler's response was most excellent. No matter how wonderful the script or how fervent the audience's expectations may be, the trials that go on stage here must be based in fact. And if that can be done, boss, then...
All right, that's quite enough, Melus. Anyway, I like your answer. You passed with flying colors. Now, I need to make some preparations, following which our joint investigation shall commence. You two shall be my assistants.
Wait! Since when did we become become assistants.
Oh, well, I can be the assistant. Sure. Or your companion, if you like. I'm really not that fussy.
That's more like it.
Paimon.
Far be it from me to brag, but I believe that Demoiselle's intuition will be instrumental in uncovering the truth. You wish to save a friend from false accusations, and we wish to unravel the disappearances. In this
I'm gonna need to go grab a water bottle
goals
in a
are
minute.
aligned.
You have a point. Huh. You're quite the talker, aren't you, mister?
Me?
And what about you over there? What do you think? You seem like you've got something on your mind.
Wiggles brows.
I have nothing to add.
Oh, alrighty then.
We'll be making some preparations first. Just be sure to let us know if they start revealing Lenny's tricks. Thanks!
Hydrate. We still have to look for that other clue in the opera house. Hold on, let's talk to her again.
Speaking of that, I think magic shows would be very popular in Poisson.
I can see that. Maybe I should try to learn some magic. If I could make things disappear, cleaning my room would be a cinch.
You need not worry about such things, Demoiselle. That falls under my duties.
Cleaning her room? Amazing.
Right.
I wish I had bodyguards that cleaned my room for me. Dude, I'm so glad we pulled for Navia. She's so fun. Poisson, the Fisher Poissonness. Tristane? That's a great name.
Sorry, but no one can freely enter or exit.
It's
the opera
voiced!
house at
Oh
the
my god,
moment.
is this the first
If you
voiced
wish to
Melusine?
leave, you must register your identity with us first.
No, we're not leaving. We're representing Linny and Lynette as attorneys, so we're investigating the case. Were you always guarding this entrance?
Yes. After the Chief Justice gave the order, everyone coming in or out must undergo a strict inspection. So, the missing girl couldn't have left from here. At least, not from that point on.
Well, during the show.
I doubt there was much opportunity then either.
There was 2 minutes and 40 seconds for her to have done that.
Well,
That's plenty of time.
because I was in charge of security near the entrance at that time. I couldn't see Linny's performance from here, which was quite a shame. Just my luck. But still, I did not abandon my post, and I stayed put no matter how loud the applause was. If someone had so much as even approached the door, I would have noticed it, let alone if they had tried to leave. We Melusines are good at that sort of thing, you know.
So, it's safe to say the girl couldn't have left through here. Alright, thank you for your help. This'll be useful info.
Recently, I learned that all Genshin characters don't have a P in their name. Except Paimon. What? Entrances and exits, okay.
We've checked everything.
Sorry, Paimon. I interrupted Paimon because I was trying to look at the character sheet. I'm sorry, Paimon. Bro, what? Yo, not a single one of these characters has a P in their name. That's crazy.
If you lie on the grass, you can feel the heart. Let's go see, shall we? Ooh, things are getting interesting, huh? We're about to see how magic is made.
Navi is probably my top 3 written characters in Genshin. Really? She was the first character that I got when I started playing again. I'm really glad that we pulled for her and got her axe. The reason I went for Navia was because she had a halberd, which is my favorite medieval weapon. And it looks beautiful. Why is there no sit, like, option? I want to sit next to myself. Here we are, the Sᴛᴏʀy twins. I wonder if I'll ever be as tall as my big sister. It's the same for Honkai Star Rail? I'm trying to think. No, it's not. Pela. Pela has a P in her name. Sampo has a P in his name. Robin has a B in her name, which is a P if you turn it upside down. Asked how Lenny's doing on his end. I was like, okay, what are we doing? Japard, that's another one.
I will be going with you. Just so you're aware.
Topaz, but not Numby. Correct.
Necessary.
Very good. Thanks for being so agreeable.
That's
I'd pull a
that's
rose
4
out of my hat
characters,
as a
yo,
gift for
with
you
a
if I
P in
could.
their name. That's crazy.
You may spare the pleasantries. I'm just doing my job.
Just Genshin then? Yeah. None of them have an X in their name,
You've arrived.
right? In Star Rail.
Who's this?
Me? I'm Sᴛᴏʀy's guardian angel. If you've got a problem, I've got the firepower. Sorry, I got a little carried away there.
I love her.
Call me Navia. I'm a partner of theirs, and we'll be helping investigate
She's my
this
favorite
whole
character now.
situation. And these are my companions. Would you mind?
Lynx?
if they join
You're
as
right.
well?
Lynx does have an X in her name.
Fine by me.
But none of the characters in Star
new
Rail have an
helpers?
E in their name.
I would be most grateful.
I dare you to find an E in a Star Rail character's name.
Well, let's just say we're tagging along. It's not every
More
day
like
you get to see the
Tartail.
secrets behind magic performed on such a large scale.
I appreciate your kind interest. Come with me.
She's
We'll
so
be heading
beautiful,
below stage.
so refined. She's energetic, right?
Yes, a world of secrets is hidden
Spirited,
beneath this
I would
magic
say.
box, prepared specifically for this switcheroo trick. But before I reveal everything, you should have
The
a look
old
first.
switcheroo.
Notice anything strange here?
Natasha and Underworld Doctor feeling sick. Yeah, it is
I'm not
true.
trying to be dramatic.
It is her full name.
Remembering the details of a trick will help you understand the methods used to perform it more easily.
It was mirrors. Wait, but how did he get there?
Weren't there balloons and other decorations here? Where did all that go?
Confiscated as evidence.
Ah, good eye. That said, you're still far from discovering the answer.
The back door isn't the same.
The back? You mean the inside of the door? What's different about it? Paimon didn't notice anything.
Very good indeed. I thought you might not be able to catch that.
What
given
other
that you were
letters
sitting
are
in the
there
first
not?
row. The back of this door was patterned. Those patterns are now gone, replaced by a smooth wooden board. So, if you put 2 and 2 together, what do you get?
I don't think there's any W's. Oh no, Black Swan. There's now a W. I think maybe they have every letter. Lynx really, honestly, Lynx makes it so that like they hit every letter. That's an X and a Y right there. Like that's huge. There's another box inside of the box.
Exactly. All right, let's go. I'll tell you how it works as we head down.
Velt, you're right.
Oh, so there was a
And the passage linked the two boxes together.
I knew you'd figure out most of it as soon
But there's
as you
no
saw
P in
this
Genshin.
place.
There's no P in Genshin.
The two
It's
magic
insane.
boxes are positioned right above the two entrances of the tunnel.
No, but none of the characters that you can get.
See this
Right.
flatbed trolley? The box with the lucky audience member in it would be shuttled over to the other side using the trolley.
This trolley can raise and lower and even rotate, ensuring that the box will face in the right direction.
I see. So that's the purpose of the box inside another box.
Precisely. The inner box would descend after the audience member was put inside and be moved along the trolley, all while the outer box would remain on stage as if nothing had ever changed.
So that's how you did it!
Once the box was lowered, the trolley would store some energy through this device here, with which it would complete the rest of the steps. The audience member would only be able to feel some slight movements in the dark, and by the time she walked out, she would already be back on stage.
Yeah, but she'd be able to feel that drop. That's like a 1.5-story drop. That's like the drop on the Hagrid's motorbike roller coaster. You definitely feel that. What do you do?
Right! You were talking that whole time.
Anyone have a J?
You even came out for a moment near the end.
Black Swan.
Yes. A phonograph operated by Lynette was used to achieve
Japard.
that effect. My assistant and I had already scripted our conversation beforehand. When the countdown began, I had already gone to the opposite box via a tunnel using that ladder.
And what about Lynette? Where was she?
I was in the mezzanine space in the back of the box.
Oh, interesting!
That's how we were able to coordinate Linny's lines with the assistant. And by the way, I was the one who walked out of the box at the end.
I mean, we are twins. All it takes is a change of clothes and no one can tell who's who.
What?
And
What are you
that's
talking
my
about?
favorite part of this trick. Only Lynette and I can perform it.
But you don't look alike.
So that's how it all worked! Wow!
Why do you fit each other's clothes? You have different colored eyes. Want to use a girl, want to use a guy. How does this work?
Lynette would briefly walk out of the box and then go back in, jumping into the tunnel and escaping before the box on the trolley could finish ascending. And then I walk out of the other box in the audience area, and the trick would be complete. The operative word here being would. But as you saw,
There's a
Cal
Yaksha
was
whose
in
name
the
starts with a
box,
P?
not our audience member.
What's a Yaksha?
She, on the other hand, mysteriously vanished.
I think I'm still stuck on J. I don't know any J characters in Star Rail.
Not for that interlude, this would have been an astonishing trick. I probably never would have figured out how you pulled it off. And yet, to think that someone was able to use this magic trick to commit a crime. Could we have a look around? I think we can come up with some more leads.
This is the scene of the crime, so Linny and Lynette are not permitted to stay here. I'll escort them back up.
Yes, of course. No need to be so strict now. I won't disappear into thin air, you know.
We get it. We did it.
Thanks, everyone. We're counting on you.
Jing Yuan, you got him. That's the one.
The floor
June
is
June?
wet. Please be careful not
Who's
to
June? Who's June June?
Speaking of which, why would there be water here?
Because it's Fontaine.
Paimon knows! It's one of those tricks where you pour water into a jug and then flip the jug over only for the water
Hook's
to disappear.
bear? That doesn't count.
Here's a broken vase. Huh. Did the trolley knock it down while moving?
It's like how Svarog doesn't count for V.
That can't be. The trolley moves along tracks from start to finish. It couldn't have hit the vase at this distance.
Let's note this down too and think about it later.
You also have Adventurine for V. You have Silverwolf for V.
Oh, these are the clothes that the lady chosen from the audience was wearing, right? Her clothes are here.
No, why did he take her clothes off? Come on, man. I don't think he said the guest did a wardrobe change.
Right. And do you really need to do
Gabby has
that
a star in
if
her
you're
eye. She
kidnapping
does
her?
have stars in her eyes. Like the jukebox hero.
This is so confusing.
Paimon got new glasses.
I don't want to be a detective anymore.
The young lady's clothes. These clothes belong to Halsey, the lady who went missing. Are found on the tunnel. The reason for this remains unknown. Why did they take her clothes off? Come on, man. Broken mirror here too. Is that not worthy of examining? Aha! The vent.
What is this place?
A vent, Paimon. It's not really a place.
It seems someone could fit through here.
Huh. Could this have been the suspect's escape route?
Alone, perhaps. But if they had to pull another person with them, the space would be too narrow.
But there are no other ways in or out of here.
Wouldn't it have to be somebody who is familiar with how the trick works? Right? So it must be one of the assistants. Like, that's what I'm coming up with. Does that sound crazy? Do we know that it was Conway? Did we check? Did we get like a DNA sample of the body? Because they kind of just removed it. He did seem like an older gentleman, and this string of abductions has been going on for at least 20 years. I think it was the guy who faked his own death. Other than the boxes, Paimon.
You're right.
Those are the other escape routes. She abducted herself for an art exhibition. You can never trust these wily art folks. Aha.
Huh. What's this?
Grappling hook?
Looks like a hook tied to the end of a rope.
It's a grappling hook, Paimon. I've seen this before.
Kinds of odds and ends here.
This wasn't part of this stunt.
Perhaps it was a prop for a different trick. But why would it have been left here?
Whatever it is, let's make a note of it first.
It's a grappling hook.
Seems we're just about done investigating down here.
Yes, let's head back up. ascertain the state of the crime scene. Let's find a place to sort out our findings once Maloose returns. Seems to me that there are several things that don't add up here.
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle.
So, what did the guards say? Did the criminal escape through the vent?
They believe the odds of that are very low, since the vent leads to the Opera House's basement. The guards have checked the area carefully. No one left through the basement during the performance or after the incident, and no one was found hiding there.
So the tunnels become like a secret chamber then! You know, like the kind you usually see in novels.
Okay.
The plot thickens. Halsey's disappearance and Cowell's death are both quite inexplicable. No wonder Farina was so confident in her accusation. All the current evidence points toward Linny and Lynette.
In other words, the charges are very likely to be upheld unless we make some considerable progress.
Charges and then trial. So if the charges are upheld, they'll announce a sentence?
That's right. This is how a trial goes in the Opera House. During the proceedings, the Chief Justice and the oratrice will hear statements from both sides.
And that one scary French name thing?
That's right. This is how indemnitium is produced.
Duh.
The statements from both sides, the defenses from attorneys, witness testimonies, and even the audience's emotions will all be projected on the oratrice. To put it simply, it's as if the oratrice has its own will and is a judge in its own right.
This also precludes any kind of favoritism on the part of the Chief Justice. And not that this has ever happened anyway.
Fascinating.
Once both sides have finished speaking, the Chief Justice will make his final decision. This, too, will be used by the oratrice as a reference. Then, finally, the oratrice will be consulted by officials. The result it returns is the will of justice itself.
Huh? So that machine is the one that actually decides? Paimon thought Neuvillette called the shots.
In practice, there is very little difference. Both have always come to the same judgment, which is why people have great faith in the Chief Justice. Ah, yes, the guards also asked me to convey that none of us will be allowed to leave this place before the trial.
Alive.
Why?
Because we've chosen to
You've
act as the
become
twins' proxies.
a liability.
That makes us persons related to the case.
They're concerned that we might be colluding with outside parties, or that we might find outside help to disrupt the case. And even if that were not so, it could prove problematic if we happen to spread key information about the case ahead of time.
I'm ready to break out at any time.
Whoa, there's no need for that. Paimon thinks they have
Halsey was Sparkle all along. I don't. Let's not get crazy now.
Of course. I just hope you don't mind the lack of options. I'm afraid that catering to all tastes is not in the cards, nor is any guarantee of balanced nutrition.
In that case, let's just sort out our findings together here. Pity. I was hoping to take you to try some of Fontaine's famous desserts, too. I mean, what better way to properly think through our findings than over some tea and sweets?
You can take me after the court case. I'm happy to go with you.
Breaking out suddenly doesn't seem like such a bad idea after all.
Let's do it.
Just kidding.
What?
Paimon will still do
I
her
wasn't.
best, even if there are no snacks.
What do you mean, no snacks? Of course we'll have snacks. If we cannot buy some, then we'll simply make some.
Huh?
That
Here? But
burgers?
Understood,
I had a
mademoiselle.
pulled pork
Everyone,
sandwich for
please
dinner.
come with me.
I had leftovers from the other day. It was a pulled pork with barbecue sauce on a toasted bun with pickles and green peppers.
Carrying a portable stove with you?
Yum, yum, yum.
Yes, I must be prepared
Yes.
to meet the demoiselle's baking needs whenever the fancy strikes her.
It was in his magic pocket that he got from Linny.
I have eggs, sugar, and almonds at the ready.
Nice. Almonds? Blech.
Good work, you two. Then I'll get to it. Please sit tight for a moment. You'll get to taste my awesome snack soon enough.
These three are quite the interesting group.
I like him. And she can cook?
Paimon thought it smelled good
Oh
while
my
it was still
god.
in the oven. Oh, it's even better now. Paimon can't stop drooling. From the way you had these two guys carrying all that stuff around, Paimon thought you'd have them do more during the baking
Almond
process.
cookies are surprisingly not bad, but I prefer most other things.
Ended up doing the entire thing
Most
by
other
yourself.
desserts.
Beating the egg whites, grinding
I don't like
almonds,
macaroons.
everything.
I was applauding.
And I was giving encouraging smiles.
And I was giving encouraging smiles. Yeah. Good work, team.
Just thinking, aren't you worried about
Almonds
getting
require
your
multiple
fancy
gallons of
dirty
water to
eating
grow
egg
just
whites
one.
and
Yeah.
baking like this?
They're great.
Well, I don't think it's carved in stone anywhere that fancy ladies can only read books, sip tea, ride horses, and play the piano. I just really enjoy making snacks.
Is there anything
Don't
this girl can't
underestimate
do?
Eating egg whites, by the way. It's a real arm workout. You also need to beat them to just the right consistency, or your macarons will crack. Anyway, give these a try, fresh out of the oven. There's 3 for each of us.
Why is she just the best girl in the game? Why is she the best girl in the game?
Well, eating too many sweet treats might send all that sugar to your head. You wouldn't be able to think clearly about the case on a sugar rush, would you?
And she has restraint. I can't believe it.
This is Demoiselle's favorite. Strong
God, why
black
can't
tea
Hannah
with a
watch
floral
this
fragrance
VOD?
that clears the mind and
Take
lifts
notes.
the spirit.
Why don't you guys take a break as well?
No need for concern. I'm merely doing as I should.
All right then. Down to business. As Paimon mentioned previously, the tunnel seems to be something
The almond
of
drought?
a secret
The
chamber.
California almond drought?
However,
Historical?
We can assume
No.
that Lenny and Lynette were not alone within it. Some criminal also occupied its sealed confines.
What is it, Diamond? Isn't that the company that does the almonds?
Committed the crimes, of course, but they lack any
I don't really like
logical
nuts
motive.
in general.
Exactly.
I've never really... They give me like a sore throat for some reason, nuts. I think it might be like a... something to do with like the type of tree allergy. Historically not known for droughts. California? I thought it was. The California almond drought of 1874. Yeah, they ran out of almonds. Alright. Alright, the missing girl and Cornwallis.
The flower vase and the thud we heard during the performance could indicate some altercation between Halsey and the criminal in the tunnel, resulting in the shattering of the vase, the discarding of her clothes, and her abduction. Perhaps the criminal
Why did
thought
they
that
take
since
her
she was
clothes
chosen from the
off?
crowd, she would
Halsey.
be too easy to identify if she was still wearing the same clothes.
Paimon thinks that makes sense, but the real trouble is...
No evidence about the third person. That's what I'm saying. It was Cornwallis. I think it was him.
True.
Because we don't know the names
None
of the
clues
other
we found thus
assistants.
far support the existence of this third person. But the only people left to consider are both technically victims, whether it's the missing girl, Halsey, or poor Cowell.
Huh. Could Halsey have secretly made modifications to the magic props in order to murder Cowell before making her escape?
Did she know how the magic worked?
That's right. And even if she had tampered with the setup, she would need to understand the entire trick to pull it off. Nor does she have any motive. The guard said that she has never had any
It is we
dealings
absolutely
with
should
the
not grow
magic
almonds
troops
there.
members.
Yeah, true.
Were we not thorough enough in our search?
Almond nuts are one of those things that are like nuts are one of those things that are like people say they're like super healthy for you, on principle, just based on their makeup. And like if you go by that route, yes, it's just that they're like super hard to digest and extract the nutrients from. You don't really get much out of it. In fact, they also excuse me, just the nature of them being nuts is they also have like lots of minor toxins that don't like kill you, but can cause problems if you have like, you know, a lot of them over time. Like if you know someone that like eats nuts like all the time, like they're always on like homemade trail mix and stuff like that, that's like actually bad for you if you eat that all the time. What nuts are good for is when you're if you're traveling, you know, like you're doing a hike or whatever, and you're trying to pack light and get as dense calories as you can bring with you. That's what nuts are good for. They're not actually good for getting nutrients and stuff. Discarding her clothes, scandalous. Yeah, so that's why oh, man, do you think they were in it together? She ran away with Cornwallis.
They smell great. They're nice and crisp and super sweet.
They're not healthy for the planet. That's also true. I dislike almonds, but amaretto. I don't even like amaretto, and I'm Italian. What I do enjoy is that there's like an amaretto. There's like a chocolate amaretto. Oh no, never mind. I'm thinking of biscotti. But isn't biscotti made with nuts also? Is biscotti pistachio? Or is biscotti almond? It was a chocolate biscotti liqueur. I forget what it was called. I think biscotti have almonds in them. Yeah. Oh, no, both. Biscotti can have both. I knew it had nuts in it. Yeah, so you can have them with almonds, with pistachios, with both. Apparently with berries or something. It's like an Italian cookie. I'm a really funny Italian. I don't like cheese and I don't like dry pastries. I think the most I could stomach is like I'll have an occasional cannoli if people are getting like giant batches of Italian desserts. Like maybe I'll have a cannoli, and then like when my aunt makes homemade rainbow cookies, I'll have those. But I actually strongly dislike Italian pastries for the most part. You wouldn't have liked my almond extract cheesecake? That doesn't sound good. Does not sound good to me. I actually don't mind cheesecake. I prefer marble cheesecake because it's got like chocolate in it. Just straight plain cheesecake is a little much for me. Marble I enjoy though. And when it's made with, what is it called? What is that cheese called? It's like a sweet cheese. It's usually used for desserts. I forget what it's called though. But that's an Italian one. They use it, mascarpone? Mascarpone, I don't mind mascarpone in desserts. That's usually like the cannoli filling, the cheesecake stuff. But yeah, cheesecake is like different from like cheese. Like a sweet cream kind of thing almost.
They are my
gingerbread eggnog cheesecake was delicious.
You've already had 5 of them.
That sounds like it's like that's the flavor of that sounds strong to me. But it does sound good. My sister makes really good gingerbread
Please
cookies.
don't worry about it. At my age, a few less sweets might actually be a good thing.
Yeah.
No. Being greedy is one thing, but Paimon knows how to count. Besides, Paimon knows that if she ate too many, then others wouldn't have enough.
One cookie is not gonna kill you. It's if you have a lot of them a lot of the time, right? My Nana lived until she was like 97 years old, and she would have like cake and stuff. Cheesecake, she loved cheesecake. At birthday parties and things. It's been a while since I've been to Cheesecake Factory. Yo, Cheesecake Factory's so funny because it's unironically good. Right? Isn't it weird how good Cheesecake Factory is for like a chain restaurant? It's great because every time me and Hannah go out and there's a cheesecake factory somewhere nearby, she's like, can we go to the cheesecake factory? I'll offer to take her to like some really nice restaurant and she's like, I wanna go to the cheesecake factory. But it's I don't mind. It's good, you know? And you get a ton of food for the amount. It's not in a Cheesecake Factory is not cheap, but you also get a ton of food, right? The menu is so big. The menu is so big at some Cheesecake Factories that it's problematic. Like, you can't decide what to get. There's too many things to choose from. Like, I don't understand how they have such a ubiquitous menu. Like, everything is on it that you could possibly, like, imagine. They have, like, everything from, like, surf and turf to, like, chicken and dumplings. You can get, like, a General Tso's chicken. You can get, like, steaks. You can get... Do they do sushi? Maybe they don't do sushi, but they do have many seafood dishes. I bet there's some Cheesecake Factories that have sushi. There has to be. With all the types of food that they create. I always like... one of their, like, Italian chicken dishes are always really good. Like, if you get, like, a chicken piccata or a francese or a marsala, those are, like, always going to be good. But those are, like, hard to mess up at most places. It's a really safe option if you're going to a restaurant and you're not sure you're going to like any of the menu items. I have that problem. I do not like restaurants that have small menus because usually it's, like, too fancy or too esoteric for my tastes. I like stuff that's, like, plain for the most part. Their miso salmon is interesting. I think I've had that before, unless they have I think they have more than one salmon dish. But I feel like I've had the miso salmon before from there. But chicken and dumplings, I love it. When they actually don't have it all the time, but when they do, chicken and dumplings is just so... It's so hearty. It's like 3 meals. It's great. You know what I want to go to, you guys? I want to go to a Cracker Barrel again. That's where I want to go to. I love going to... We used to do that when we would drive to Florida for a family vacation. We used to always stop at the Cracker Barrel, like, on the way home. Because everyone, like, either on the way there or on the way home. It was great on the way home because, like, we were so bummed out that we were, like, you know, 18-hour drive. And after the vacation's over, so you're just stuck in the car miserable, feeling bad that the vacation's over. But then you go to the Cracker Barrel and it's not terrible. Yeah, have a little gift shop. You get fun little candies or toys. And then you play, like, the triangle game with the pegs and the holes. While you wait for your food, you get, like, some... You get, like, a nice lemonade, a chicken and dumplings dish. You can't understand what the server is saying because his South Carolina accent is so heavy. It's great. I love that place. I haven't been there in so long. I like the place we went to in Old Montreal. The French restaurant, that was really good. That place was really good. Yeah, yeah. I was surprised. What did I order there? I don't even remember what I ordered. But it was good. Like this little hole-in-the-wall restaurant. It was just us and then this Japanese family. It was great.
Wait, even you don't believe Paimon? How could you? If Paimon ate those 2 extra macarons, then may they turn into stone in her stomach.
Paimon, no, you're not.
Get it. Well, I suppose one of us might have gotten too engrossed in our chat and eaten them by mistake. No big deal.
What kind of... Is there a classification for the type of animal that eats stones to help digest food? Because I know it's not just one type of animal that does it. I don't know if, like, there's a name for animals that do have that feature.
Malus, set up the stove again if you would.
We cooking again, baby! I think got the braised beef. Oh, yeah.
Sure everyone gets 3 macarons.
Yeah, it was like a short rib or something. Oh, that was so good. That was so good. You don't need to cook some more.
Exactly.
It's fine.
We don't want to trouble you.
These are massive
As you wish,
macarons? Yeah,
mademoiselle.
right? Gastroliths? Paimon, no, you're not a gastrolith!
Well, this really is your hobby, huh?
Well, that's it for snack time.
I like how it
I'm
does
going to
the
have another
cooking
look
sound
around
effects
the
that,
area.
like, when you actually cook in the game,
Know what we're looking for
it
yet,
makes those same sounds.
but we've still got some time. As attorneys, I suggest the two of you think the case over again.
It would be awkward if you got all tongue-tied on stage during the trial.
Oh no, Nafia, I've got my tongue tied on stage. Won't you untie it for me?
It was nothing. A small task for the Spina di Rosula. Silver, Maloose, it's time to go. I'll be back if I find anything new.
Guys, this doesn't usually happen in these games. Like every single girl that we've met so far this stream has been an absolute winner. Lies cast shadows under gathered lights.
We've got to get our defense ready for the trial. Oh, it's probably gonna be a long and difficult case. There's no point in worrying about that now. We just need to prepare. Here, take Paimon's notes. They should help you review the situation.
Wait until the trial on the following day. Mail. Qᴜᴜsᴛ. Qᴜᴜsᴛ is such... Oh, it's from Alloy? Who the fuck is Alloy? Qᴜᴜsᴛ is such an incredible place. Have you seen all the mecha? Some look like humans. Some like fish. And others can even dance. Seeing these machines made me think back on some of the hunts I've been on. And then I suddenly remembered that my birthday was just around the corner. So as I was disassembling a mech the other day, as a way of both remembering the past and celebrating the present, I decided to hold on to a bunch of usable parts. I was thinking I could use them to upgrade my bow and arrows, or even create a brand new weapon. But then I asked some craftsmen in the Qᴜᴜsᴛ. They said that they couldn't be used the way that I wanted. Seems like I still have a lot to learn. Anyway, I sent you the parts that I picked out along with this letter. Let's go on a hunt together again soon. Wait, I threw it again there. Let's go on another hunt together soon, huh? Satiety gel. Alloy's specialty. The cross section looks perfect. Its shape is regular and it gives off a cool air. At first, Alloy seemed a bit apprehensive as to whether you'd enjoy this rather unique dessert, but she was relieved when you wolfed it all down in one go. It looks minty. It's got mints there. Like a fine toothpaste. Gelatin. That's what that is. More mail. Oh, claim. Didn't I claim that already? Am I crazy? And so we stood in the atrium for 27 hours. Is this the Alloy quest? Who? Who? Especially Chlorine. Chlorine is a winner. We haven't even interacted with her once and she's a winner. You could tell. You know the best ship in Genshin? It's Navi. Shut up. Ganyu, wake up! Ganyu, wake up. It's time for the trial. You have to look presentable in front of the Hydration Archon. Alright? This is serious time.
An outfit for a banquet. Yes, this one will do.
Good. Alright. Now we're ready. God, listen to this. It's like she's walking into her, like, wedding right now. How do you hide the interface in Genshin? So fresh, so refined. This is the best character in Genshin Impact. She's ever since she was released. Before she was even released, she was the best character. She's still the best character. Do you have Alloy already? I don't know who that is!
What do we do? The whole situation is so confusing.
Paimon still has the... I have some thoughts.
Good plan. Impossible
Thinking?
things
Yes.
don't just happen. We'll get to the truth one way or another.
Just relax. Even if everyone else suspects Lenny and Lynette, at least we will be supporting them
Lenny?
from the stands. Besides, I
What?
doubt Farina understands any more
Aw,
about what happened
Lenny.
than we do.
Hey, you seen Lenny anywhere?
Well,
Lenny!
we'll be going then.
Lenny, where you at, Lenny?
Best of luck to you.
Lenny! She changed her glasses back? Yeah. Alright, it's time.
Ah, finally, you're back. Well, how did your investigation go?
Good news.
You might be disappointed.
Never mind. Never mind.
No, no.
This is El
We're
Camino.
already very grateful that you were willing to help.
One day someone will get that.
Well, now, don't you all look disappointed. Don't tell me that your investigation came up empty-handed. That was to be expected, of course. The guilty can never produce proof of their innocence. But don't let that stop you. I shall be terribly disappointed should you, my most anticipated foe, concede so easily.
I quit, you win. Disappoint her.
Since both
Just you
parties are
wait to
present,
be disappointed.
I declare that the trial regarding the magic show incident is now in session. Firstly, in order for the audience to understand the causes
Alloy's the
and results
crossover
of the
character?
incident, could we
Oh
please
yeah,
have
the
Mr.
one that
Lynn
was an
explain
event-only
the
release and was the worst
of
character in
course.
the game.
I will
And it was the
explain
free
while Lynette
5-star that the
demonstrates
game
on
gave out.
stage.
Incredible.
All
Yeah.
the necessary items have been prepared.
You know that she's the reason why I stopped playing initially?
Thank you, Mr. Linney.
Isn't that crazy?
In that case, I take your statement to be that you ran to and remained hidden within the magic box in the audience stands once the trick began, and thus could not have committed the crime.
I didn't like the idea
Is
of
this
a
correct?
forced,
That's correct, Your
totally unrelated crossover for promotional
In that
purposes.
case, I
For
call upon the prosecution.
not only an inferior
Farina.
company,
Do you
but
wish
an
to refute
inferior
his statement
game.
in any way?
Why, of course I do. Allow
And it
me
wound
to
up being
take
an
the first
inferior
shot
character.
and
Imagine
break
that.
this case wide
I didn't
open.
like it because they did the same thing in
Linney
World
is
of Warships, which is
clearly
kind of why I stopped
lying.
playing that regularly.
There is no way you
They
could
started
have been in
adding
the
a bunch
box
of like
the whole
Azure
time
Lane
if you were to
anime
abduct
girls
Halsey
to my
and
historical
murder
boat
Cowell.
battle game, and I didn't like it.
fact, I'd say you were hardly in that tunnel at all.
That is simply your hypothesis based on the presumption that I'm guilty.
Oh, is that so? And if I may ask, what did you hear while you were inside your box?
Books.
The roaring countdown of the crowd, of course. That's how I kept track of the time and built anticipation for the finale.
And you didn't hear anything else at all? Nothing that might leave an impression of any kind?
No, nothing.
I see. But when the count reached 30 seconds or so, there was a thud. One so loud that I believe practically everyone heard it.
Huh?
Hey, hang on. Something's
Her
not
eyes are
right
different
here.
from each other? How could Lenny not know about the sound?
Yeah, I'm sure he could have heard a noise that loud from inside the box.
I was right by the box, and I definitely heard the thud.
Look at those scales. Could those mean...
I don't know, Paimon.
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to use the words of the magician himself. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye. Indeed, it seems his alibi can also collapse in the blink of an eye. Of course, I have armed myself to do far more than smash your alibi. Confidence cannot go unfounded, and my foundations are rock solid. Tell me, aren't you and Lynette actually from the House of the Hearth?
How could you say your foundations are like... Why would you say your foundations are rock solid when you could have used, like, my argument is watertight pun?
The House of the Hearth?
What a missed opportunity. Mgsmåɪ.
No wonder they did something like this.
It was the Mgsmåɪ all along again for the 5th time in a row. I can't believe
Now
it.
it all makes sense.
I've got a feeling that what happened on stage probably wasn't just an accident.
Objection relevance? Question mark?
That's irrelevant. Our identities have nothing to do with what happened.
Indeed.
Wait, so she is a Mgsmåɪ android like Catherine.
Everything that happened during that 1 minute. Your first priority is to prove yourself innocent after all. I'm sure there is little that needs to be kept secret now. Unless your script already has holes in it. The Outlander is speechless.
She thought to herself.
Don't they look flabbergasted? Now comes the infighting and discord, I suppose. This was almost too easy. Good thing I made all those preparations. Seems the all-nighter I pulled last night is really paying off.
And then... once they are found guilty, yes, once they are found guilty, we will take their visions. We takes it once they're dead. Gaia.
Hey, Linny, why didn't you tell us this before?
I don't know, Paimon.
Order! Mr. Linney, allow me to re-establish the facts. Lady Farina has raised 2 points. First, when the thud was heard in the Opera House, you were neither in the box nor the tunnel. Second, you and Ms. Lynette are both members of the House of the Hearth. Are these claims true?
It was a setup. Those tricksy Qᴜᴜsᴛs. Oh yeah, also Tortalia's here. Why did we consider him our friend? I've definitely been fooled before. And now...
Please answer my question, Mr. Linney.
I'm sorry. Yes, they're true, Your Honor.
I knew it!
Did you know it?
That's it. We might as well move on to the sentencing already.
What should we do now?
Optimistic.
Permission to speak, Your Honor.
Granted.
My client has withheld some key information.
In that case, what is your request?
A brief adjournment. There are things that must be discussed.
Is that really necessary?
Yes.
They're already as good as guilty.
The defendant deceived their own attorneys. What is there left to discuss?
Yo, true though.
Order, I say.
Disappointed audience member,
Your
true.
request is reasonable, and we shall adjourn. This trial will reconvene in 1 hour.
What is that? One standard
you
system
would
hour?
stick to Mr. Linney's defense even after knowing what you do now? You certainly have more professionalism than I thought.
That's
In
right.
that case, my dear audience,
You know what they say about
joy
justice.
of victory to steep for a little while
I love
longer.
it. And love is blind. Got him.
Well, this is awkward.
Your fault.
I didn't think the Hydro Archon would dig all that up.
But she did.
I'm sorry, Traveler and Paimon.
You went to court with the Hydro Archon. What the?
Yeah.
How could you not expect her to know who you are? Didn't she call you a citizen
Trusted you two.
yesterday?
We based our entire reasoning on the assumption that you weren't bad guys.
Yeah, but now that we know you are bad guys based on where you were born.
But Paimon's really mad.
Shut up, Paimon.
Very sorry.
Idiot.
I know you're angry, and reasonably so, but please, let me explain. I know you've clashed with the Mțoɪ several times before. I wouldn't be surprised if just hearing the word is enough to make you upset. But our organization is very, very large, and the Harbingers have very different personalities and goals.
Right now, we want to save people.
Yeah, remember the guy that was
As
just
we
like
can.
harvesting berries
That's right.
in the leeway?
I'm sure we're on
Minding
the
his own
same page when
business.
it comes to this nation and the disaster that its people might face. I knew if it weren't for our respective identities, we could become good friends. That's why I didn't wish to flat out lie to you, but chose to hide some details instead. The truth is very important, but being completely transparent about everything would see us spending more effort than we need to.
How do I know that you're not even lying right now?
Right. So, you be the judge. Heck, if I were you, I fear that I'd even struggle to trust me at this point. You met a Fatus who works as a magician, a trickster by trade. All by coincidence, too.
Tell me about the robot
But still,
right now.
I'm asking you to trust me.
Tell me right
I
now.
am no criminal. At least, not in this case.
Sorry. Please forgive us.
Well, you both say that, but...
Where did you go during the trick?
Right. Let's hear your answer first, and no lies now.
Of course. I'll answer any question you ask. We've been trying to find out
How did
the
you know
Oratrice
Cornwallis?
operates. We want to know why it has a consciousness. Why can it deliver sentences accurately? During our investigations, we learned that the machine's core is beneath it. From that moment on, Lynette and I have been designing this box swap trick with the objective of getting close to the core.
Is that why you needed a whole minute?
That's right. In truth, the audience would take about 75 seconds to count down from 60, while I would only need 15 to get to the opposite box. So, after jumping into the tunnel, I accessed the Opera House basement via the vent, and went to investigate the room in which the core is stored.
That air vent was created during the construction of the tunnel specifically to execute this step.
What'd you find out?
Well, nothing.
Man.
As soon as I reached that room and was about to investigate, I heard someone's voice. Which should have been impossible, of course. I was quite certain that I was the only one in the room.
But you were not.
That voice seemed to recognize me and tried to speak to me. I chose to err on the side of caution and retreated the way I came. On the way back, I saw the broken vase and the clothes on the ground, but the countdown was almost finished, so there wasn't time to give it any thought. After that, the homicide occurred just as you saw.
Well, that explains why you didn't hear the thud.
So why the Oratrice?
Because of that prophecy I told you about, of course.
Huh?
We must know all we can about this nation's secrets in order to deal with that prophesized crisis.
That's the only way we can save everyone.
I say, bring it on, let him drown.
The whole truth.
I'm from Buenos
I swear,
Aires.
I didn't hide anything from you this time. It was never my wish to proceed under this cloud of mistrust either.
I said the same
But,
thing
like I
in
said
Star Rail
earlier, you can
Penacony.
be the
I
judge.
said press the button.
If you want to leave because you don't
Don't
trust
forget.
the Fatui, there's nothing I can do to stop you.
Well, Traveler, you decide.
My name's Nico Paimon.
I will follow your lead however you choose.
I choose for you to call me by my name. Yeah, we'll see how it turns out.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for giving us a chance.
The current problem is that the scales are tipped pretty badly against you two. If we want to refute the Hydro Archon's accusations, we're gonna need a seriously watertight defense.
That's the watertight one. There it is. I was waiting for it. I can't believe this shit, man. I always call it every time we have the key evidence we need.
Huh?
You got it, Traveler. The adjournment's almost over. Let's go back. I can't believe we've been talking like this for an hour already.
Oh,
Already.
think she gets what you mean?
What do I mean? Paimon, refresh my memory. What do I mean? I guess we'll find out when I have the conversation options available before me.
Behind schedule.
They will all be the same option.
Next on the agenda.
Right, Ganyu, break time's over. Time to get back to your wedding. Because it's against the Hydro Archon? Yeah. We'll throw this...
Both parties have returned to their positions.
We'll throw this
Let us continue the
regicidal pun at her. She'll
When
laugh
last we
herself
left
into a
off,
coma.
Mr. Linney acknowledged the new evidence presented by Lady Farina as fact. Therefore, Lady Farina may continue stating her reconstruction of the events.
Ugh, that took long enough. Now then, if everyone would lend me their attention, at this stage, let's revisit.
Raise your eyes to the skies and observe, citizens of Dalaran. You can identify loopholes in the statement? Nice. Use evidence and clues obtained during the investigation. Okay.
As the countdown began, he entered the tunnel. When the flatbed trolley passed, he opened the box and got into an altercation with Halsey, which caused the loud thud. He did not realize that this sound could be heard by everyone in the opera house, which is why he claimed earlier that he could not hear the sound. Finally, he used the vase to knock her out, before making her change clothes to prevent others from recognizing her.
You're gonna force change someone's clothes in like 30 seconds? Ain't no way, dude.
At this time, Cowell arrived in the tunnel, having heard that strange noise, and caught Linny red-handed.
If your nails have a half moon, it means you need to hydrate? I've never heard of that before. I don't think mine have a half moon. They don't look like it. Hold on, once she's done with her story, I'm gonna get a water bottle. I'll be right back.
So Linny proceeded to knock him out too
I owe
before
you 2
stuffing
hydrates.
him into that box. Afterward, Linny passed the unconscious Halsey to his accomplice through the magic box in the audience stands, before operating the devices such that Cowell's death would be ruled an accident.
That... No. No. You can't... You would have to pre-plan that to come up with that kind of crazy contingency to be like, oh no, this guy just found me out. Knocks him out, puts him in box, raises box, flags down assistant, does the switcheroo, burns rope. This has got to be in the last 15 seconds, based on what he was saying before, of this event. You know, like, all of this being done in a minute is completely unrealistic.
there you have it. That's the truth behind what happened.
All right, I'm getting a water bottle. Hold on. All right, I got it. Let's punch some holes in this argument, yeah?
Does the defendant's side have any objections to Lady Farina's description of the events?
Yes.
The key to refuting Lady Farina is the order of events, what Linny experienced and what he saw. According to Linny, he left via the vent after entering the tunnel. He couldn't have had that altercation with Halsey.
That one definitely. Next is this bit that I would want to refute. Honestly, him going into the tunnel refutes like all of this.
Seems this won't produce a particularly effective rebuttal. Linny went to the room that contains the Oratrice's core. This is the actual truth.
Okay, so what do we do for this one? This one. What? Is it the clothes? Like, it can't be anything else. What? Huh? Oh. What? What? Oh, wait, hold on. We're supposed to do the... This has nothing to do with refuting the points. It's just selecting the new order that it happened in. Wait a minute. What? Me?
Lenny did not take part in the underground altercation. He only witnessed traces of the aftermath.
There's a revolving door in the fireplace? True.
Attention! Ace Detective Paimon has something to say!
Oh boy.
When the countdown started, Lenny did indeed go into the tunnel.
Thank you, Paimon.
But he immediately used a vent to access the Opera House basement, which is where the underground core of the Oratrice is stored. Once he reached that area, he heard a voice in what should have been an empty room. Since he felt something was amiss, he returned immediately. The crime scene had already developed by the time he reached the tunnel again, and in order to complete the magic trick, he did not remain there for any length of time. Finally, he reached the surface, and that was when the accident happened from his point of view. Therefore, he's innocent.
Thanks, Paimon. Listen, I got 3 out of 5. That's good enough. That's a majority. Successful refutation.
Paimon did it! Paimon actually managed to say all that! Wasn't it awesome?
I never want to be a lawyer.
You believe that he knew nothing of the incident?
Yes.
That's right!
Also, you suck.
My reasoning?
The equipment was tampered with in a premeditated fashion, but you say that they bumped into each other by accident.
If that's the case, then if Cowell hadn't entered the tunnel, who was the entire setup meant to kill? Assuming that what you say is true, Lenny only needed to kidnap the young girl to cause a new disappearance case. What would the point of killing someone on stage be?
Oh, they have a point.
That's right, you tell him! And that's why they're partners of mine. They've managed to turn things around.
Oh, well, your denial is very strident. I'll give you that. But what proof do you have to back your claims?
Do you remember how you refuted Lenny's alibi initially?
Of course I do. If he had been in the magic box the whole time, how could he have not heard that sound? Why do you ask? You're saying that he wasn't?
We just explained it to you that he wasn't. Oh god. So much reading. Her eyes captivate me. The water box had to be used during the show. Why would either of them risk tampering with it? That is true, yeah. Which is the evidence that Lenny wasn't in the tunnel when the crime took place? Not yet investigated. Uh-oh. What didn't we investigate? Guys, we fucked up. It just says irrelevant. Irrelevant. Oh, it's only one of those three. Which is evidence that Lenny wasn't in the tunnel.
Are you sure we don't need to give this more thought? Paimon thinks there's something off here. That's right!
I don't get it.
Wasn't in the box or in the tunnel.
What?
That's why he didn't hear anything strange during the performance.
That doesn't prove that. Oh my
Means
god.
that when the crime happened, Lenny had already entered the basement via the vent. The same clue you used to disprove his alibi.
This is literally hearsay versus speculation. This is such a non-case, it's crazy.
Well played. To think you'd use such logic. Well then, if it wasn't Lenny who committed the crimes,
I have an
then
idea.
who
What's your
was
idea,
it?
Brandon? I think it was Cornwallis. I still think it was Cornwallis. The suspicious third actor.
There have been a third person involved? Is that really a possibility?
Yes! Oh. Alright, we'll go with the girl next. I still... hold on, I think it's this guy, but I want to see what this answer is. Do you think, because the clothes were there, that she was the one that changed of her own volition? Yes? Surely that must be what happened. It would take too long to change another person out of that clothes, out of those clothes in such a short time, right? It must have been her. It had to have been her. I'm guessing Cornwallis based on the premise that I have not seen the cadaver and we don't know if he's actually dead. That's the reason why I'm suspecting him. If he is actually dead, then obviously the girl.
Halsey is the missing person and an ordinary audience member. Or did she have her own scheme all along?
The thing, we do know that the random quote number machine was tampered with and it selected her seat. It's gotta be her. It's her. You have an idea? Was the voice thing? Okay, wait, before I select anything, tell me what your idea was regarding the voice thing, Brandon. What was your voice idea? I'm going on based on the fact that we know the number machine was tampered with. And it selected her seat, that it was the girl. And, she wanted to disappear. Him hearing the voice coming from the basement would be probable cause to not be in the tunnel? Didn't you say the voice was familiar, though? Or something? Or am I misremembering? Oh my god.
The deceased's name is Cowl, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment.
It actually was Cowl. My original suspicion. Let's see how. If the voice was familiar, then probably him, right?
That can't be right.
We never saw the cadaver, Paimon.
The killer was, in fact, Cowl, the deceased.
Oh, is that so? How interesting. Let's hear your reasoning then.
What I must do next is recreate the truth. What Cowl did, and how he went from would-be perpetrator to victim.
How can we envisage Linny as having been unable to interfere with the crime?
It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would likely have bumped into Linny as well. Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time. No one entered or left the Opera House through its entrances.
That means there's no third
where would
party.
the criminal have wanted to take Halsey? The deceased's name is Cowl, Linny's assistant.
What?
Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. No one entered or left the Opera House through its entrances. So where... Linny was not in the tunnel at that...
Where did the missing Halsey go?
Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. It would have been tough for both people to fit into that. Linny was not in the tunnel at that... No one entered or left the
How can I prove that there was an altercation in the tunnel? The
sound
noise.
we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal.
Yeah, I didn't take into account the stuff that fell over. Okay. How can we envisage Linny as having been unable to interfere with the crime?
Linny was not in the tunnel at
He was not in the tunnel. Right? The prime suspect currently. They're really trying to spell it out for us. Where did the missing Halsey go? Oh, fuck. Select him again. Yay!
Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment. No one entered or left the Opera House through its entrances. So, Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment.
Select him twice.
No one entered or left the...
Select the only option available. Wait. Oh, are these specific slots? Oh my god, I'm so silly. Okay, I got it this time.
The deceased's name is Cowl, Linny's assistant. He
Okay, that one's correct.
Entered or left the Opera House through its entrances.
Lenny.
Linny was not in the tunnel at that...
Lenny.
Altercation, sound. Okay, last one. Where did he go?
It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would likely have bumped into Linny as well. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel, so there must have been some fear that she would attract attention.
Oh, Halsey, not the other guy. Yeah.
What?
It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent.
I'm so confused. Huh? Paimon, help me out! The criminal must have understood the methods behind Linny's magic trick and must have been in a position to easily modify the equipment. Leaving aside how he died, Cowell had all the means to commit the crime at his disposal. The strange noise could likely have been the sound of Cowell and Halsey struggling. I've connected all of these, though. Lenny was not in the tunnel for 1 minute. This would have even time for a tally. But I've said all these things! According to the guard's testimony, no one entered or left the opera house, so even if he had taken her, there'd be no means of exiting. Exiting from the box would have been in full view of the audience, pretty much guaranteeing that they would be discovered.
What's wrong, Traveler? Are you still having trouble figuring things out?
Oh wait, was this a scripted failure? Where did Halsey go?
I see how it is. So this was all just a bluff. And here I thought you had something to show for it. But it seems you're still far from
Halsey's right there! Points
Look,
across.
Since we're at a dead end, why not consider a different track? Just like the trick as it transpired, the end result must have been utterly different from the magician's initial design.
If only we knew how Halsey disappeared.
Well, that would be nice, but the tunnel only has 3 exits, and none of them seem very likely. And it's not like this is a magic trick where you can just make a real live person disappear. You know, like you did from that water tank, Lynette.
Escaping from the water tank. The water.
Excuse my interruption, dear opponents, but do you not see that the crowd is growing impatient? There is no greater sin in this opera house than an awkward delay in the performance.
If the defense is unable to make further effective arguments, we will move on to the next stage of the trial.
That's wrong!
Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment.
How can we envision Lenny being unable to? He was not in the tunnel.
The sound we heard may have the deceased's name.
Okay, the water.
The vase was not broken by chance. It was used to cover important evidence. The water.
Beep boop bop. Okay, so the other one was a scripted failure. It's not just me being a dummy. That's good to know. I like that elevator music. Lounge music, like hypothesis theme.
Lynette escaped from the water tank, vanishing gradually and leaving only clothes behind. If there's a similar method where a person could be transformed into water...
Oh, just a moment, please. I do hope you know how preposterous you sound at the moment.
Tell me, Water
How could
Archon.
a person ever be transformed into water? This is reality we're talking about here, not some magic trick.
I request that we examine Simon Cowell's personal effects.
Must we really?
Like the magic
I
trick.
should think that of anyone. Your friend Linny already knows this truth very well. Magic tricks are ultimately just illusions and misdirection. But Halsey's disappearance is very real. We're talking about 2 completely different things.
Even so, I trust the traveler's judgment. The truth must be out there somewhere. Perhaps some new line of reasoning may open if we try to gather all the focal points that don't make sense. Since Cal was the deceased, we haven't placed much attention on him. But given that we aren't making much progress with the case, it wouldn't hurt to
I
have
can't
a look
believe
at
I
his
was right
belongings,
from the
would it?
onset that it was this guy.
People really do come up with all sorts of harebrained schemes when at the end of their rope. The way I see it, your suggestion that we broaden the scope of our investigation is nothing but a tactic for stalling the trial.
Nevertheless, I believe that this is a reasonable request on the part of an attorney. Since the trial does indeed appear to be at an impasse, I believe that additional evidence may help us make more progress. Guards, please step into the lounge and examine the personal effects of the deceased, Cowell.
We are still examining the items, but we have already made critical progress that we feel must be shared with everyone post-haste. We
Nobody
discovered
with that
several
accent would
test
ever say
tubes of fluid
post-haste.
within Cowell's baggage, each labeled separately.
Labeled as what?
The notebook in his backpack claims
Gamer
that
girl
these fluids
bathwater?
are water from the primordial sea.
The primordial sea.
The note's contents also indicate that Cowell belonged to an organization that sells illegal drugs and that he had an accomplice.
Third
The
actor,
notebook has
Poggers.
many entries
I was
concerning
right
safe
from the
usage of
get-go.
these fluids, in which the keyword dissolve appears many times. One of these tubes was labeled Opera Epiclese, along with yesterday's date. It is empty. The notes also state that these dissolution properties work exclusively on people from Fontaine. It's likely that Halsey was chosen as some sort of test subject. As such, we believe that the defense's hypothesis is, in fact, supported by sufficient evidence.
You've got to be kidding! People dissolving into water?
Could something so ridiculous actually be true?
Wait a moment. This reminds me of a certain prophecy. But
He said quietly.
it's just a coincidence, isn't it?
Huh. If people can become water, does that mean that the water tank's real use was as a means to hide water stains? And if Cowell was targeting that girl... Wait just a minute. Could that mean... You two, with me, quick!
Huh?
Demoiselle, wait! What about your partners?
What's happening?
Let's go. Just trust me.
Order! Order!
It is undeniable that further examination of the deceased's personal effects has yielded some surprising results, but we cannot yet verify the veracity of these clues. Still, let us assume that these clues are indeed authentic, albeit with the understanding that Ms. Halsey has yet to be found. Guards, please continue examining the items along these lines. Mr. Linney, it appears your hypothesis is supported by the evidence, so please continue speaking.
Of course. Thank you, Your Honor. If we uphold this hypothesis, I believe that many of this case's seemingly unrelated clues can be connected together.
Right! Like the metal hook! That one didn't make sense at all. Let's think about this. Cowell's methods must have something to do with that water from the primordial sea.
Dissolving liquid.
The deceased's name is Cowell.
Control the timing of the dissolution?
Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time. I remember there was something else within the inner layer of that box. The water from the primordial sea should all...
This one.
The water from the primordial sea... Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another magic trick, but was instead some form of triggering mechanism.
I thought I selected that already. Control the timing of the dissolution. Oh. Because he dropped the
rope
water.
that held the water tank up was lit by the fireworks and...
Okay, those two are not right.
Now it seems like the hook rope... Lynette was in the magic box. I remember there was something...
Got it. Yo, this is hard, dude. This is so hard. I don't have the brain power for this at midnight. It's exhausting. Ah!
It's Ace Detective Paimon's time to
Oh, God.
In the original plan, Cowl would tamper with the water tank rope and the number selector securing his target. When the magic box containing Halsey was lowered, the metal hook would retract gradually and pierce the balloon at the top of the box. When the balloon attached to the box popped, the water from the primordial seed inside it would pour down and dissolve Halsey. Afterward, Cowl would enter the tunnel and break the flower vase to conceal the water inside the tunnel, with the remaining evidence being covered up by the water tank on stage. But he encountered something unexpected in the tunnel and wound up being fatally hit by the same water tank he meant to use to cover his tracks.
Man.
Huh. That does make sense.
Does it?
Actually links together a lot of the more confusing pieces of evidence.
Does it?
Oh dear, what do I do? Even I think they sound convincing now. Have I falsely accused an innocent person? What a humiliation.
Now, it seems like the only point of contention remaining is the exact circumstances that led to Cowl's death. His notes mentioned he had an accomplice who could be related to the situation.
The water tank was actually an accident?
On that note,
No, it wasn't.
The
It
guards
was
have just contacted me, indicating that they uncovered new evidence.
landing on him was
I
an
shall now
accident. So
invite
like
him on
maybe
stage to share it with us.
it got cut early or something.
Thank you, Your Honor. We were just inspecting the luggage of the other people involved in this case. And we found an identical sample of the water from the primordial sea among Linny's personal effects.
What?
Planted.
Can't be.
Planted.
Oh, I see. Well, how wonderfully comedic to have your own counterattack only to come back and wound you. Does this not clear all doubt? My dear citizens, my loyal audience, allow me to present my reasoning and bring this performance to a swift close.
Do it.
Linny did not need to take part in the dissolution of the young woman at all. Indeed, he did leave the scene via the vent. Having made modifications to the props beforehand, his accomplice Cowl then caused Halsey to vanish using the water from the primordial sea. But upon his return, in cruel avarice, Linny desired sole credit and prepared to do away with his partner in crime. Ultimately, he knocked Cowl out, and the tool meant to cover the crime up also became a murder weapon.
That makes sense to me.
Now, as much as I regret having come to such a viciously straightforward conclusion, it does seem that the famed M쏘ɪ is quite the cold-blooded and ruthless organization. Am I right, Mr. Linny?
We've used up all the evidence we collected. There's no way for us to make a rebuttal here.
Unless.
Is this the end of the road?
Say something, Novelette.
Oh no. Paimon can't think of anything either. It doesn't look like there's any way around this.
I guess he did it, Paimon.
The water as new evidence was too good a move. Why did this have to happen now?
I think we've all seen enough now, and we have ample witnesses to my flawless reasoning. I believe this is indeed the finale. Now then,
The
my
grand
good,
finale.
noble Chief Justice, should we not, in your view, move... Excuse me, everyone, but I must interject.
Poggers!
This I must ask you not to shout, and to respect the ongoing legal proceedings.
Oh, come on. Don't be hasty.
Ha.
I have a good reason for interrupting, you know. Now, would anyone here like to take a little break from all this debate and see a little magic? I'll show you an amazing trick. One that can bring a young woman who has disappeared back in the flesh, right before your very eyes. Please, do the honors, Mr. Linny, if you would be so kind.
What in the world is she saying?
No offense, miss, but miracles like that are beyond my scope as a magician.
Come on now, don't be silly. Magic is all about misdirection, isn't it? It often conceals the truth while presenting a fascinating illusion. But once everyone believes the illusion, can't magic reveal the truth to them once again? And wouldn't such a trick be the most marvelous finale to today's performance? Come on, Lenny and Lynette. Give it another go. Don't worry. Spina di Rasula has made the necessary arrangements on your behalf.
We've set up a second water tank to really recreate the scenario.
I think I should leave the final performance to you.
I understand.
I don't. It's a snap, not a click.
Sorry for the interruption.
Who let them bring that on stage?
Wait, isn't that Halsey? So the whole thing about people dissolving wasn't true after all?
I can't believe it.
To be clear, I'm only here because this person told me that if I testified, the merit of doing so would lessen my sentence. I was hiding outside this room listening to the proceedings because I was afraid that I would be the one put on trial.
Was it
I
her?
was just feeling happy that no one had noticed me. And then before I knew it, she caught me.
Man.
That'll teach you to underestimate us three.
Where should I begin? I'm sorry. I'm the one who killed Cowell. I admit it.
Why would you admit that?
What? Why? Firstly, my name isn't Halsey. It's Lillian, and I'm originally from Mondstadt.
Damn.
I heard that Linny's show was gonna be a real thriller, but I missed the chance to buy a ticket, so I stole one.
So I killed his assistant.
That's how I make a living. I steal stuff here and there, and I'd never been caught before. But I was noticed at the harbor a few days ago, and I barely got away. Linny was the one who caught me in the act.
Hey!
Oh, that was her.
No wonder you look familiar. So you were the thief! Liddy even mentioned that you were pretty skilled.
Well, and I thought that would have been the end of it, but then the number selector chose me.
Man.
He even mentioned the Fortress of Meripede. That's a prison, isn't it? So you can imagine how shocked I was. I thought he was on to me for sure. So I played along with the show while looking for an opening to flee. But then I got water poured on me for no reason, and then someone jumped into the tunnel to nab me. I wasn't going to take that lying down, so I knocked him out and stuffed him into the box. There was nowhere to run from there, though, so I had to change my clothes and hide in a box containing performance costumes. I slipped out after the first guard arrived at the scene and continued hiding inside the opera house.
Why wouldn't you leave? It's been like 2 days.
Can a person even hide in there?
I mean, yeah.
But I swear I didn't know that the water tank would fall down. Really, I swear it. Had I known that, I wouldn't have put it in the magic box. I may be a thief, but I'm no killer.
Finally reached the point where, well, now you're a killer. Finally reached the point where we finally finaled. It's the finale. Excuse me. There was a Moon stream when he was playing Mario Maker 2. And this one, like, child from another country did a boss rush that was so absurd. And he spent, like, hours trying to beat it. And he was so little. He tried to title it the finale. And he spelled it F-A-N-A-L-Y. The finale. It was a joke for so long. Whenever he was playing a game or something, and he like couldn't beat a boss fight, people would just be like, Monka, the family. This is it. This is the family.
This time, we need to tell the entire story from Lily-Ann's perspective.
It's the family.
The strange sound wasn't from a fight. It was Lily-Ann's attempt to break out when she was frightened.
I love how this image looks like a boss fight. It's so funny.
The flower vase was not broken to cover anything up, but it was smashed during the struggle between Lily-Ann and Cowell. Lily-Ann was afraid that she would be recognized if she left, so she changed clothes and hid, biding her time. Just what one might expect of an experienced thief.
Nice.
And it's Ace Detective Paimon time!
Okay, go for it, Paimon.
Having been selected out of the blue, Lily-Ann panicked. Her panic only intensified after she entered the tunnel and had water poured on her head. So she kicked the door open, producing the thud we all heard. Hearing the commotion, Cowell leapt into the tunnel, only to discover that Lily-Ann had not dissolved. He did not know that Lily-Ann was not from Fontaine, but was a thief who made her way in by stealing a ticket. Mistakenly believing that the water from the primordial sea needed time to take effect, he tried to force Lily-Ann back into the box.
Back in the box.
The two broke the flower vase during the struggle, but Lily-Ann came out on top, knocking Cowell out and putting him in the box. With no way of escaping, she changed her clothes and hid in the costume trunk until the performance ended.
We did it! Hooray!
She knew that she would have to go through guard inspection if she tried to leave afterward. So, she has been trapped in the opera house these last 2 days.
It was 2 days.
She had already become desperately hungry by the time we were chatting over macarons. So, she swiped 2 of them right under our noses. Talk about a sneaky thief.
Mamma mia.
At this point, all the events that happened in the tunnel have now come to light.
Ah, so that's the whole story.
Canny audience member.
Bravo!
Bravo! Bravo! Bravo!
Now then, Lady Farina, do you wish to speak against the defense's statements? Please answer the question, Lady Farina. Also, if I may add, the trial has not yet ended. As such, I request that the prosecution not leave the room before the proceedings have concluded.
Where are you going?
What? Are you reading my mind now? No.
Where do you think you're going?
I have no further arguments. I admit defeat. But really, could you at least have left me with some dignity?
Not with that attitude.
Look at that! She's like a deflated balloon now.
If there are no objections, then as the Chief Justice of Fontaine, I shall once again repeat the full sequence of events.
Let's hear it, man.
The actual perpetrator of the serial disappearances, Cowell, selected his next victim from the audience reservation list. With some modifications.
Oh, so he was
to
the guy. I was
selector,
right about
he
that
could ensure
too.
that the pre-selected young woman would be chosen.
Yep, I was right about
cover up
that.
any
Okay, he
evidence while
modified the
committing
selector.
deed, Cowell thought of allowing the water tank to fall, which would conceal the water left behind after the young woman was dissolved. He also tampered with the rope suspending the water tank, using the fireworks at the end of the performance to cause the tank to drop and hide the watermarks. He poured the water from the primordial sea into a balloon during the preparation of the magic box and stuck it to the box's lid. Finally, he passed the prepared hook on a rope through the gap in the magic box's door when bringing the young woman to said box. When the magic trick officially began, the box containing the woman was lowered into the tunnel, tightening the hook rope and bursting the balloon containing the water. If all had gone to plan, the young woman would be dissolved at this time. However, Lillian was not from Fontaine, and thus fled the box with a loud noise.
The primordial
Realizing that there was trouble,
meme only works on
Cowell entered the
Fontanians.
tunnel and met Lillian. Thinking that the waters had not yet taken effect, he decided to proceed. However, his opponent was more capable than he thought, and he was overcome, knocked unconscious, and placed into the magic box, and thus became his own final victim. Lillian, according to her own statements, then changed clothes and hid until the performance ended, before hiding in other parts of the opera house. As for Linny, he was in the underground structures within the opera house, and was thus ignorant of these happenings. From this reconstruction of events, we can conclude that Linny, the accused, is in fact innocent.
Of being a murderer. However, he is guilty of corporate espionage. Which is actually a higher offense. Actually, no, not even. This is state espionage.
While there is
Congratulations, you should have taken the murder verdict.
Be investigated separately. This case, at least, can be handed over to the orators.
Holy
to make
fuck,
the final
that's so
decision.
funny. Are we getting a Star Rail summon? Hold on.
As such, Linny and Lynette are officially declared not guilty.
Shut up,
Great
Paimon.
work, partners. Thank you all.
That was literally all Navia. But you guys are still in for state-sponsored espionage, though. I can't help you there.
Next, I think we deserve an explanation, Guard Vaughn. How did you find
It's
the
another
water from the
Yanqing. Yeah, I was
primordial
thinking
sea
about
in
playing a
Linny's
clip of me
baggage?
getting Yanqing for that moment.
Your discovery caused me to make a serious mistake, you know.
Yeah.
Or was that not a discovery?
Yeah.
But false evidence that you dare to bring before this court.
Isn't that right,
I
third-party
suspect that the
actor?
accomplice mentioned in Cowell's notes was not Linny, but you, yes?
That's great. So when you were selecting who
I'm
the
sure you know what you
who
must
the
do to
perpetrator was,
lessen
it was
your
actually all
sentence.
three of them.
Speak quickly. Unless you want to earn yourself a one-way ticket to Coupon Town.
Unless you want to earn yourself a one-way coupon to Ticket Town.
We were supposed to place blame for the serial disappearances onto Linny, and thus cause suspicion to fall on the Fatui.
He's been at it for 20
higher-ups
years,
said this
ever
was the
since he
best
was a
opportunity to
toddler.
do so.
And now that your plan has fallen through, and the secrets of the water have been revealed, you have become a liability to said higher-ups, yes? Therefore, you would be wise to tell everything you know, and seek the protection of the guards.
Yes, I'll tell you everything I know. Our boss discovered that the water can cause people to dissolve.
If they're from
It can
Fontaine.
also be made into a potion, which when extremely diluted, can cause people to experience unforgettable exhilaration.
Nice.
We've been in this business for a while now, and have made decent mora off it.
Why would you say that?
The disappearances were also the boss's idea. I mean, this is the boss we're talking about.
Jango Fett flies off from the corner of the screen. He turned into a toxic dart.
And now he can no longer talk.
Damn, it was the water all along.
Ruthlessness. I shouldn't have expected any less
That's
of
so
them.
fucking funny,
An
man.
outrageous act. All present, please submit to inspection immediately.
Don't touch it, that's water! Nothing is found apart from some liquid. After Vaughn dissolved. Oh, poor Vincent.
So, we're just going back now?
Yeah, it looks like this is a wash. Let's get over to Natalan or whatever it's called. I think our sister's not here, Paimon. I hate to say. All's well that ends well.
That's true, but...
Traveler, Paimon, please wait.
This is uproariously funny. What?
Lenny...
I know you may not want to speak to me right now. Maybe you don't even want to look at me. But still...
Get out of my
Let me
sight!
thank you again for defending me to the end.
Traveler,
Even after
2 men
you
have
learned that
died.
I'm a member of the Fatui.
All's well that ends. I just want to be sure that we're square. No, he owes us. What did we owe him? Nothing.
I guess.
I did it for
But
justice.
regardless, I'd like the opportunity to set things straight. I didn't approach you with any ulterior motives or ill intent. I've spoken to you as myself, just plain Linny this entire time. As for why I'm a Fatus, it's because the goals of the House of the Hearth align with those of an orphan like me. That's all.
It's pronounced Fatus.
That was how Father, who you might know as the Knave, approached recruiting us back then too.
The knave? The one who controls the House of the Hearth? She's your father?
Quote.
That's right. And since we're here, I was wondering, would you mind hearing a story? It's about my past. Back when our parents
Lore.
first died, Lynette and I were left wandering the streets.
Is she a robot or what, man?
To
Just be
survive,
straight up. Come
I
on.
took to surreptitiously observing an
Tell
older
me.
street performer who did
Is she a
magic.
robot cat girl or a
It
regular
took me
cat girl?
several
Also,
days to
why is she
figure
a
out how
cat
he
girl and you're
pulled off
not?
his amazing tricks. I took my sister through several streets until we found a crowded corner, and we began to perform magic tricks there. To my surprise, we proved to be pretty popular, and we could at least stop worrying about where our next meal would come from for a time. But I didn't want my sister to remain a street rat together with me forever. Before long, an aristocrat came to me
Who?
and claimed that he wished to take us in after watching my performances.
Who?
So you went from orphans to nobility just like that?
Who?
That was how we felt at first, too. As if fate was on our side and we could say goodbye to those painful days. But I gradually discovered that while we were called foster children, he was really after my talent for magic tricks. He would constantly take me to all sorts of banquets to garner attention, which he would then use to expand his social circles.
Look at my magician kids that I adopted.
Better than roaming the streets at any rate.
They're natural magicians.
It took a while for me to realize just how dark his heart really was.
Yes, I'll take those 2 orphans like puppies from a kennel. After all, anything can be bought and sold for the right to oil.
After one particular performance at a banquet, I discovered that Lynette was not on the same return vehicle as me. I waited a long time after we returned home, but she did not come back. I went to that noble's bedroom and asked him about her whereabouts. The answer he gave me was, she caught the eye of the most eminent person at the banquet, so I sent her over as a gift.
Oh, God.
And you'll be able to perform your magic regardless of who your assistant is, yes?
Literally sold the girl to some guy as a... Oh, Jesus. This is what I was referencing, by the way. Hold on.
Yes, I'd like to adopt the two of them.
This is a classic. I love this one. I want to watch this video again.
Yes, I'd like to adopt the two of them like puppies from a kennel. After all, anything can be bought and sold for the right oil.
That will never get old, ever.
Oh no. So he was gonna...
Giga.
But wouldn't Fontaine's laws deal with such people?
Is that why she's
As far as
fucked? She's
outsiders
not a
are
robot,
concerned,
she's just
This is a
emotionless?
relationship akin to adoption
Whoa.
and foster care, and they have their ways of escaping the eye of the law.
So what happened?
I managed to ferret out the location of the mansion of that
Magic
so-called
children, yeah.
eminent person and hurried through the night.
Adopted by
But by the
muggles.
time I leaped over the walls, avoided the guards, and made my way in,
She's not a robot, she's just
all I
traumatized? Yeah,
saw
that's what...
was the moonlit
Yeah.
ground covered in blood, and the knave standing there in the darkness.
But she still talks, to be fair, let's be fair. She still talks about, like, recharging her batteries and stuff like that, okay?
So, she'd already taken care of that guy.
That's
Let's call a robot a
She had
robot,
rescued
okay?
my sister before she could come to any harm, and had even discovered several girls hidden in a basement.
Oh
all
my
of them orphans.
god! I didn't know Genshin
Father,
Writing was allowed to
I mean,
do this.
The knave might have seen something in me, and so she made me an offer. The House of the Hearth welcomes you, for your interests align with ours. Here, none will ever betray you. Indeed, betrayal shall never be permitted here. I was hesitant to trust her. I mean, I had just been betrayed by nobles. But she was also quick to destroy the noble who had taken us in at first, giving us back our freedom.
Oh, so that's how the two of you joined the House of the Hearth.
And let me guess. She wants some Gnosis or another.
She has her own plans.
Is that a yes or a no?
She has
Genshin
gained
rated M
permission
for
from the
mature.
Sᴛᴏʀy to first use the Gnosis's power when she obtains it.
Calling her a robot is
She
fun.
plans to use it
so,
to find a way
yeah.
to break the prophecy and save Fontaine.
It's like how I referred to Vanilla as Vanillabot in Nicopara, because she's actually
That's
a
right.
robot.
The whole House of the Hearth
She's
is
an
currently
android.
working to
These are
combat that
androids.
crisis.
Well, we'll be nicer. They're not robots. They're androids. Okay.
Today's case has also proven that people from Fontaine can indeed
Or
dissolve
rather,
into some
not
sort of
merely
water,
robots.
thus further supporting the prophecy. Everyone at Hotel Bouffe d'été, including the knave, has
Bouffe?
their roots in Fontaine. And we will always defend our homeland. To us orphans, the only connection we have left to this world, apart from our family, is our homeland.
So, from small deeds like distributing magic pockets to huge schemes like stealing a Gnosis, everything is aimed at dealing with that prophecy.
I still don't trust you.
It's all right. I understand. The only thing I can do is relate all this to you. I just hope you can understand that even as a member of the House, I have never stopped making my own decisions, and that I believe what I'm doing is right.
Here's the thing, guys. Okay. It's very important for you to understand. I don't care if you're a good guy or a bad guy. All right. I usually root for the Fatui and the Nanook and the destruction, right? The what are they called? What are the extra dimensional fighting polygon team called in Star Rail? What are those guys? The Legion, the Antimatter Legion. I usually root for those guys. The Abundance, that's a great one. I usually root for those guys because they're actually the good guys in their respective stories, because everyone else is just absolutely abysmal, right? I don't care if you're the good guy or the bad guy or doing the right thing or the wrong thing. If you deceive me, I will never trust you. You will always be a bad guy to me if you lie to me personally.
If you should need
That's why I
anything at all
don't
in
like
the future,
Ruan-Mei, and I
feel
will
free to
never
find me.
trust and like
I will
Ruan-Mei.
do my best to help you, as plain Linny.
Goodbye. Okay.
Bye, Linny.
Come, Paimon. Speak not to those urchins. Lies cast shadows and something. It was too fast for me to read. Lies cast shadows on the gathered lights. Leave the opera house. Trial's over. Linny and Len have been acquitted. This seems over. And yet. So do you have the hots for Fantilia? Yes or no? I have a Tingyun body pillow, and when you think about it, the Tingyun body pillow is actually the Fantilia body pillow.
Hey there. What was with the disappearing act you pulled right as the trial ended?
Were you looking for us, Navia?
I thought that was the other guy, Vince Vaughn, that disappeared.
Well, this whole thing isn't exactly over, is it? I do feel that we're getting closer to solving the serial disappearances case, though. Don't you think so, too?
What? I thought it was the guy that died. I thought it was cut and dry. Over. Nada. Finite. Dusted. And done.
Huh? What's wrong, my dear partner?
What are you talking about? I wasn't really looking into it. I have other things to do.
Besides, are you sure we're the ones who can crack a case that's been cold for decades now?
Yeah!
And given that there's new evidence from the trial,
Yeah!
there should be a trail of breadcrumbs for the Hydro Archon's people to follow now, right?
I see. Well, I won't lie. I'm a little shocked to hear that from you. But I suppose you are just travelers who have only arrived in Fontaine after all.
She heard that we helped every other nation that we stopped at solve their like existential crises, their literal existential crises. As in, if we did not step in, they would no longer exist as civilizations. And now we come to Fontaine, we do one court case, and we're like, that's where we draw the line. One court case. I'm sick and tired of being taken advantage of for free.
Sorry. I might have been too presumptuous.
That's right, you were.
Don't say that, Navia.
No, do say it. You're right.
Aw, and we were having so much fun investigating with you, too. It was like having new waters flowing into a stagnant mire, causing new hope to spring forth, and the reflection in the murk to become clearer. Sorry about that. I'm a bit prone to nostalgia. Don't mind me.
Listen, Peach, I get it. But I can't help everyone if I can't even help myself. Alright? You want to help me find my sister so that we can finally be together? Then we'll talk, alright? But until then, I don't have any more room for distraction.
Wait, shall we have a farewell meal?
Ugh.
You know, to commemorate our time as partners?
Bro, please.
Do we really need to get that formal? Well, guess you really did treat us as partners.
The case is closed. Time for bed.
I'd just like to have
The case
a
is
proper
closed. Time to
ending
move on to
every
the
important
next
memory.
country.
That way there are no regrets later. Anyway, it would just be a meal, so it shouldn't take up too much of your time.
Save the farewell dinner for breakfast. Alright, let's go have that. You're on.
You don't have to twist Paimon's arm. If Boss Navia's treating, count Paimon in.
We'll
Oh,
once we get to the end of this chapter,
case,
because we're still in the same chapter,
to the
right?
Court of Fontaine and head to the Hotel de Boer. I believe we'll make it just in time for dinner.
Ooh.
Let's have our farewell
You can only have a set amount of spoons. How many spoons is too many spoons? Oh, perfect. Okay. Act 1 complete. Achievement completed. Okay, let's check it. Semi-automatic forging? What? A twist of great magic. The blah 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 has delivered a verdict of not guilty. Nice. Prelude of Blancheur and the Noirceur. Complete Prelude of Blancheur and Noirceur. Shouldn't it be like et noirceur? Quests. As light rain falls without reason. Chapter 4, Act 2. We made it. Very good job, guys. All right. I think that's great. Yeah. Almost 5 hours on a school night. That's a great place to call it, okay? We'll pick this up next time we play Genshin. We're still in it. We're not unlocking any interruptive companion quests that'll prevent us from doing the main Archon quest line. We're going to catch up. We're going to catch up before they release the next zone, I promise. Next time, we'll begin with Act 2. Perfect. Next time we play Genshin, we'll do that. What I do want to do before we log off, we don't have very many, but we have some. Do we want to try pulling for a Nouvelette? Murdering child traffickers is actually something of a theme in Fontaine? Oh, God. Ketchup indeed? Yeah, right? I can't wait to turn in... Hold on, before we do this. Just real quick.
The secrets.
I can't wait to turn in my 1111 Hydro Sigils that I don't know what to do with. Because you may not have known this, but, I've 91%, 86%, 87%, 89%, 92%, 82%, 100%. I've been around Fontaine a little bit, okay? I just haven't touched any of that story of Fontaine.
Profound to convey
It's
simple
pretty... It's something. It's how I play video games. Primo Gem Shop. Wait, can we get... We can exchange? Nice. Very good. Look at how many of these masterless star glitters we have. Oh my god. It's incredible. 26? Okay. $27. Alright. 31 pulls, you guys. Roll for more Barbaras? Darn. You're right. Look at the 4 stars on these banners. Ugh. Ugh. You know what, though? Every time we get one of these 4 stars, that's a refunded summon. Okay? Have some luck. All right. We need some pull music for the luck. What's some good pull music for this? I need some good pull music for Fontaine Court case. It would fit right in with an Ace Attorney game. Ace Attorney Pursuit music. You're right. Hold on, I got this. Rhythm, Heaven, Fever. Ace Attorney. I think it's this one.
Hello, Ghostbusters.
Wait, hold up. Edge. Dude, I was looking up Smash Brothers sound effects for the video that I'm editing, and it was a 6-second video, and I got a combined 2.5 minutes worth of ads in order to access it. It was nuts. This is the one. Okay. Here we go. Okay, purple. This is Remix 10. It is Remix 10. Xingqiu. I don't have him at 6 Constellation yet. Feels bad. This is specifically the video where it's this. It's so good. Bum bum bum. If you want a bananas stream to watch, look up Kriken's VODs of him playing Rhythm Heaven Fever. It's just insanity. He completely loses his mind, and he gets like PTSD from the airplane racquetball playing animals. It's so funny.
Jump, 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 jump. 1, 2, ta ta ta.
I can like visualize the individual Rhythm Heaven games based on the sounds. That early purple before. Let's see more earlies. Let's get an early orange, yeah? Bum, bum. You make me want to break out my DS Lite and Rhythm Heaven cartridge. Rhythm Heaven Fever is the best Nintendo game that's come out in the last 20 years, unironically. Refunded summon. I'm drumming on the arms of my chair right now. in the in the in the Siva Gunner cover of this song, they leave that whole part in, but it's like bass boot. Like everything else has like crazy meme music in it, but then this part they just that whole part is just like kept in as normal, but it's bass boosted. Here. Qᴜᴜkesᴛ. Post for the fans. Roar! Right at ringside, yeah. You're getting a lot of purples though. Bum 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 bum. I remember I brought that up on one of the Genshin streams. So funny. You ever seen how to play that, how to play ringside correctly? It's so good. It's just this guy that has the timing down for both. So he like does the incorrect poses, but nails the timing when every one is called regardless. So it's just, there's no filler time where the wrestlers are waiting. They're just constantly flexing and then nail the poses anyway. He misses like twice. It's so good. Look at that. We got 7 more. Do we want to spend... We don't need this for anything, right? We use these for summons, right? Like, why would we get a character? Why would we get a 4-star with these? We use them for extra summons, right? Let's see it. Bum 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 bum. He's still not filled out with constellations, huh? That Xingqiu. It's okay. I'll just play AFK Journey and make some pulls there and get my 5 stars. If I don't get 5 stars here. You know what I gotta do? I gotta use my extra summons and not pull for Adventuring and pull for more Acherons. That's what I have to do. In Star Rail. That's what I gotta do. This is gonna be... I have a feeling we're gonna get a 5 star. If not in this pull. I have a feeling that, like, before this banner ends in 19.5 days, we're gonna get a 5 star on it, but it's not gonna be Nouvelette. We're gonna lose the 50-50 to some, like, standard banner 5 star. Like what happened in the first Farina banner. That's what I have a feeling is gonna happen. Peaches for Acheron? What do you mean peaches for Acheron? What is that? Peaches? Peaches? What? What? Peaches?
What do you mean peaches? I'm confused.
What was that? 38 summons? We did 38 summons. No record. Plus 4. Okay, so we're 42 in. We're about halfway to a 5 star. The problem is, that's all the summons I've gotten since we pulled Chiori at the beginning of her banner. Maybe we can get more Primo Gems doing these quests.
Why must the listener grow weary whenever I begin to divulge them?
Hey guys, thanks for watching the stream. Sorry, I was distracted. I use Stardust as a piggy bank, only spend it when I'm out and I don't want to wait. I can't wait. I have no summons as it is. Guys, keep on the lookout for updates on my Return to Genshin video, because it's going to be something. I don't know if it's going to be good, but it's going to be something, okay? Next time we play Genshin, we're continuing with Chapter 2 of Fontaine. I can't believe we made it. Congratulations, everybody. We got so far. Yay. Yes, very good. Awesome. The next stream that we do will probably be Helldivers updates. Ooh, she's talking.
Perhaps we could stop a while at one's abode for some repose and conversation.
Do you see why I was doing the voice before for her? Next stream will probably be Friday for the new Helldiver stuff. They added new weapons, new armor. They changed around how tons of the weapons and damage effects work. They added AT-AT walkers for the automatons and flying gunships for them as well. So there's a lot of new stuff to do. So we're probably going to do that Friday. I'll get the Helldivers together and see who wants to play. It is a weekend, so should be good to go there. And then Saturday or Sunday, I think we'll continue more of this. I think I might actually have an event that I have to do within a few days. Yeah, we've got a week on it, so there's plenty of time for this, but Primo Gems, right there. This is going to be one of those short events, I bet. We're going to knock out the event for the Primo Gems, go right into the story. It's going to be awesome. We'll do that probably Saturday, Sunday. So, Helldivers Friday, Saturday, Sunday, continue Genshin story. Have a good night, guys. It's past the middle of the week. You're almost there. I believe in you. I know you can do it. Grab some water and grab some sleep. I will catch you next time. Good night.